Hey, what's going on, everybody? On the stream. Happy Friday. Happiest of Fridays. Um, Hold on. I need to figure out what I'm doing today for music because it is disappearing from our grasp. Um, we could. Is today kind of like an epic day? Maybe. I'm kind of feeling that maybe. What up, Ivory, Pango, Jeva, Drippy? What up, host? Let's open idea over Titanic planes. Dude. A nice idea? Holy shit. And then we'll let loose a bunch of scabs as well. What up, noob? How's it going, dude? On the stream. Actually, let's start with some Steve Jablonski, I think. Steve doesn't get a lot of airtime on this channel these days, so. Alright, let's figure out who we're playing and what we're doing today. I hate this dumbass looking item. It's so derpy. Who's up? Who haven't we played in a while? Who's missing? NG? Good enough for me. What do I want to use here? Maybe these are, like the stationary charts are easier to choose House Unite with, which I'm always a fan of. Because fuck House Unite. That's fine with me. Dude, we can lay out the fucking... the Walmart. Gold stationary. I don't know. I like the mobile turrets usually a bit more, so. I know that a lot of people like stationary because they grew up with Bungus and they can't let go, but you know, there's more to life. Surely. Mobile turrets actually bad, or is it just Bungus? They're not bad. If you think they're bad, you're bad. Sorry. Beautiful. Where would the scav checkpoint be located on this map? It'd probably be... like back here or something, be like a rope. I imagine. There's not enough space for cars, so... Bungus for the win. I will say, props to Hopu for making people think that Bungus is good, even on one character. It's admirable. The Red Rebel, dude. I don't think I got the Red Rebel in my last time in Tarkov. Gone it every other time that I've played, though. I haven't had many Sturman battles. The last wipe I did. Let's just leave the other side of the map, I think. At least these guys spawn wisps and don't pick them up for themselves. You know? Like, I can walk by a stationary turret and there's just one always waiting for me. Sentenced to winter. I'm so in the middle of Stardew right now, though. But yeah, it sucks. It's like I had like spent so much of my like actual time playing Tarkov back before they had like in-game achievements and prestige and stuff. And I've like gotten the Kappa like 4 or 5 times or whatever, or 3 or 4, I don't know. And then after I stopped playing, they added achievements so that like and shit in prestige. So now like my profile just doesn't have it, even though I earned it. Oh man, it's pain. It makes me want to go like earn it, but it's a lot of work. What up, Dig? How's it going, dude? I will say bleed is better on these turrets, though. What up, Generate? It's going pretty good. Just when I got on early today, I wanted to play some games, man. We had some really good runs yesterday, actually, so trying to kind of capture that again today. Some really fun ones. I think we're about ready to start popping open these shops. I don't see equipment. And there's a gas looking at me. It's kind of nice, so. Yeah, let's do that. I'm ready, dude. I need to fight House Unite. My favorites. I don't actually, you know what? I don't think I saved a Steel Star chest. It was no large one. That might be a mistake. And by might be, I mean you should always save one, especially before House Unite stuff. Thanks for the boost. I'm looking for a movement speed first, so before pretty much anything else. Well, now that we have a gas anyway. Gimme. Unironically, you think the SOTS DLC made the game easier? Yeah, I mean, every DLC makes the game easier. Is there a way that the SOTS DLC made this game harder? I can't even think. I mean, the House Unite, I guess. I can't think of like one real honest way it made the game harder. Only easier in every single facet. They removed dying. Yeah, like. Is it only making the game harder? A lot of people are dying to House Unite. So I would argue that it a little bit is. But it's optional, but it's not really, right? Like, if, 6 mountain shrines spawn on stage 2, you just have a horrible stage 2 if you don't flick any, right? Like, that being said, like, it doesn't even cast a fucking shadow compared to, how much easier it's made the game. There was a point where SOTS only made the game harder because it was filled with bugs, bad items, and bad item ratios, and elites were like fucking doubled. Elites were also tankier. There was a point where like Gearbox literally like trained people to be good at this game without even realizing it. What a Greg. Okay. Well, this is a good start for Eng. Now give me a gloop. Holy shit. Actually, just let the boss come here. There we go. If in terms of Deals tech, I don't think so. Yes. Man, I wish I had the mobile turrets. Fuck. This is why you never click the stationary turrets. They just ruin cool builds, actually. GG is not a GG, because you can't use it as well with these. But, I mean, I'll take it. You need so much more of a build to use Dios with these turrets. This is a very good start, though. I don't think there's anything else for me to get. Oh, the void. I remembered of my own accord and free will. Yes. Yes. LOL. Good. Why are mobile turrets better for Dios? Not Dios. Genesis Loop. Because they can dodge and then walk in enemies. So they don't immediately die when they're out in the open. It's the gloop command. I'm sure that you can figure it out. Alright, one more Weeping Fungus and maybe maybe a little bit of speed when we go to fields. Seems good to me. I mean, I could actually probably use Gloop and Fields with my turrets. Longest on NG Heresy. I'm gonna start being really mean soon. Is it cloak chest? I don't think so. That was just like camera pan back to me leaving. There you go. Ow! If we can solve movement speed this run, we're good. Stage 7 and Happy Race is this clip from an eternal alternate dimension. Yes. Well, we were in Giga Copeland. The gloop saved. What's my key box? Let's save that for later. What about McDonald's in Abyssal Depths? I mean, what about a McDonald's on every map? And a Starbucks. At least. We'll open the key box. We'll save that for later. Gotta behave, don't be mean. It's gonna happen. Someone's gonna say something about the mushroom item. I'm gonna just let loose. Where do you think the mocha comes from? True. Hello. I see another large chest. I see 2 large chests, actually. Hey, it went off. This game needs sponsored items. I've talked about it a lot in the past, but have you guys seen the thing Capcom tried to do with, like, was it Street Fighter 5 or Street Fighter 4 or something? Like, one day they just came out with an update that just had a bunch, like, there was just like an ad placement on every single character and on every single stage. It was on everything. It was like on the back of every character, on the chest of every character, on the shoulders, etc. Like, and they didn't even have like real ads yet. It was just like a placement for their fucking pay to skip ads like service thing. It was crazy. Like, you know, some characters have like symbols emblazoned on their shirts or whatever like that. Like, I don't know, I think Guile has like American flag tattoo on his arm. They put an ad over it, you know? Like, it was just like shameless shit, dude. It was crazy. I don't even play those games, and I was like, dude, I was in disbelief. Your ad could be your fit, like, dude. It was worse than I'm describing it. It was charge people for Red Bull costumes in Street Fighter 5. Awesome. Hell yeah, dude. Corporate flag over the American flag is a fitting symbol for it. Yeah, dude. And like they were gonna play an ad between every single loading screen for every game that you joined in. And you could opt out of it, but you wouldn't gain any like points for doing the match. And so like some crazy fucking Capcom foamers on Reddit were like, but it's totally optional. It's opt-in. It's like, no, it isn't. Because if I want to play the game and earn anything, I have to have it. Like, what are you talking about? What is this? And corporate bootlickers are crazy, dude. I need to play the shrine before we leave. I don't need to, I want to. Still cannot believe it after seeing it. Yeah, let me see if I can pull up a picture. Streets. Was it 4? 4 ads on characters. 5? Okay. Dude. Do they have like Street Fighter 6 now? Dude, check this out. It's crazy. Like, hold on. Let me open this in a new tab. This is what all of the characters looked like. So you had the ad symbol on their gloves, on their shirt. This guy has it on his head. It's on their back as well. Like, it's literally like everywhere. On every stage, it's like on the ground. Dude. And it looked like shit. There's a character with like a huge back tattoo, and it's like, you know, like a huge thing for their character. Hold on. I just minimized every single window I have on my computer by dragging something across my screen. They just covered it with a fucking... This is not a altered image. This is what it looked like in game. They just slapped it on, dude. They just did not give a fuck. And let me find like a stage picture. Yeah, they had it on the ground. They have it on the TVs in the back. This guy's on its belt. It's on every character. It's in between every loading screen. Dude, it was the craziest like grift I have ever seen. It was wild, man. But you know, Deus Ex buying save slots? That's crazy. Steam prohibits in-game ads. The only reason we still don't have them. Steam literally saving the day. Then there's idiots like me that pay 30 bucks for a Jets Pizza Mithrix reskin. You know you can just do that? You can just pay a modeler to model one for you. Be the change you want to see in the world. See wins again by doing nothing. I mean, they're doing a lot. That's a lot. But yeah, it was an immediate huge backlash moment. Obviously. But there were people that were like, it's not so bad, because I'm making stuff up in my head. People accept money in exchange for goods and services? It's true. Potentially. Anyone playing Street Fighter 5 at that time was hard copied anyway. It's funny. Alright, I'm gonna do teleporter. This thing is eating my life savings. I don't even know where TP is, man. Found it. Have a turret, man. Should look at the Tekken 8 Karate Kid Legends collab. I'm good, man. What happened with because like I don't play fighting games, right? I was not in that circle. Like Tekken got like a ton of backlash recently, and I don't know what it was for, but I remember some shits was happening. Burnout Paradise having in-game ads on billboards was fine by me. I mean, I guess there's like a limit for what you can really do with that. Like, it was literally like on everything. And it just like erased the design of the game. Sounds atrocious. Oh, so it just got like, it got sotsed or what? Up. Can you shoot the boss from there? I don't know. We'll figure it out. No. Probably not. I want more ads in my games, actually. That's what I need. There should be like a fucking ad on every character in this game. Just like a big Pepsi logo on the back of NG. Like on the little thrusters too. Breach, thanks for the subbing 3 months in advance. I appreciate it. That's crazy. No customized message. Well, good thing that you have free will and you could type something in chat right now. I'll give you the mic. What do you want to tell the good people? You just need to make sure we have enough for the chest, but thank you, dude. Grand placement, have Mythrix sipping on a Corona when he spawns in on his throne. Have the giant middle octagon of the Moon Arena be a giant ad. That's a crazy shrine, by the way. Do you dislike the slots ad on the home screen? Do you know there's a mod to remove that ad from the home screen? Gimme, gimme. Beautiful. Why isn't the mod owning sots? I don't know. I think there's been a lot of history of struggle with whoever at any point has had Risk of Rain under their like possession with menus. Like there's been some problems like constantly, it feels like. What up, Katsi? It's mod for anything at this point, but no mod that can get me a wife? Listen, man. They're mods, not miracles, dude. Sorry to say. We'll get some drones. I wonder what was in that shrine. Oh, hey. Nice. Cloak chest. You can see the shimmer. It's a shame we couldn't go in the watch printer, but that's how it is. Is this a bad call? Probably. I don't want to go there. I'm too slow. So. Boop, boop, boop. I find it funny that NG has turrets in the walls tech, which is what Bubble should be. Do you think it should be fixed? Maybe. It's a little kind of ridiculous. Right? I don't know, probably. You shouldn't be able to do it. Like, I don't know, I am doing it right now. I probably shouldn't. The way I view, like, something that would be this powerful, it's like, it should be a lot harder to do. But it's so easy, man. Like, what is that? Another watch printer. We have a second chance. Power elixir might be actually pretty good for the turrets here. Just for Gloop in particular. Hello. Okay. Yes, Bubble Shield should be fixed. There we go. I mean, yeah, in a perfect world, Bubble Shield just works so that there's no reason to really use wall tech, right? Or wall cheese. I'm gonna start calling it wall cheese. It's not wall tech anymore. It was tech the first time I found it, and then it's not so much anymore. NG and Wungus, what a brave take. I'm gonna start being mean. Someone talks about the mushroom again, dude. Please give me a feather, man. Bubble shield should be a shield. A bubble shield and not a bubble. Yeah. So it's actually crazy. The first iteration of bubble shield was just like, it's just a bubble around your character. It was like, you know, basically a saver spaces or some shit is what it looked like. And you could put it on your turrets. And I was like, that's way fucking better than whatever we got, man. What the fuck? Bubble Shield might be one of the only skills in the game where enemies can use it actually... Enemies can take your ability and use it against you better than you using it against them. Which is crazy. Alright, so did you get a stage 2 house tonight this run? Past stage 3 seems... The past 3 streams, you've been in the middle of fighting that stage 2 house tonight. Well, probably because a stage 2 house tonight takes up like 60% of the available stream time that I have for the day. But no, I did not get one this time. If you did Siphon Forest be a vibe, you can just live in a place like that. You know? They exist. It would be so cool to live, like, you know, kind of out there a little bit. But then I'm like, I want internet. And I don't want to drive too far for things that I need. And it's not very convenient. Like, I don't know. Siphon Force is just Finland. I gotta check out Finland, dude. Equipment for the first time in my pitiful life. Is that the one I desire most? It does seem to be that way. Wow, almost like not picking up an immediate red has benefited me with getting something cooler. It's actually amazing that I still get comments on my videos on YouTube that are like, why didn't you pick up the red, you fucking dumbass? In Canada's close enough? Good point, true. Anyways, I spent 20 minutes failing at rolling pots today. Do you have any advice? Are you using KCC Downpatcher, or are you just playing with normal, regular pot physics? Damn, it's almost like it was a good thing to not pick up that brand code immediately, huh? That's rude. So weird. Normal pot physics? I don't really have that much advice. Because I haven't really done a lot of it post, oh! There's another or two of them. Post physics change. I just know that avoid rolling it uphill as much as you can, basically. And what you kind of want to do is just like walk straight into it and push. Is KCC being taken on the road races? Yes. Starting on the next race that we play, KCC will be gone. So you might help? That might help, yeah. We can get some elixir and watches on the stage. Getting a Seed of Life would have my turrets have 2 lives, which would be kind of crazy, but I'm re-rolling another equipment here. Oh, wait. We're not re-rolling yet. Speed? That's good. We have to use what we're given. We have to overcome the odds. What is that thing up there? Did I just, like, not pick up something, or... What is that? I don't know. Grab the vase. It's a course tome drop. Hey, I just joined stream. How come KCC is being taken out? Because it's been out of the game for a very long time, and everyone's ready to move on. People want to practice with new things and come up with new strategies and try to adapt as the game is adapting a little bit more. KCC in the races was very much a... I don't want to say a band-aid fix, but there were a lot of things happening in the game at that point around slots. And we were just trying to make the game as playable as we could make it so that people, that races would even want to play it all. Kind of lighten the burden of what happened. Personally gonna stop with it? I am. Let's just get this. It's good. Have they found new post skips? I mean, we found a few with the new characters already. It's been cool to see. Get me a spot, man. It's not a spot, dude. It's doing fine. DLC 3 surely will add some skips. Ooh, I can't say anything. Sorry. The oil balls went up the ramp, dude. Dude, I was going for Feather or Sailstar, but... I think Transmitter would actually be kind of good here. Well, no, Transmitter wouldn't be good. Because it just prevents the use of Gloop, which is really annoying. Like, what's the point? You know? Vase meta's back. I mean, Vase meta, it's always been Vase meta. Like, if you look at the last couple of Risk of Resources races, you'll notice that, you know, out of the available runs, not many people have done host skips because saver space is just a little bit rarer these days, it feels like. That's correct. Does Elixir not prevent Gloop? It does, which is also annoying. I need to go all over the stage if I want watches, though. I kinda didn't like that learning host skipping became a prerequisite for row res. Dude, it's so easy, though. It's the easiest thing in the world, actually. That's the thing. Like, I don't know how hard anyone thinks it is, but I think a first-time player could learn it in like a few minutes. I promise. There are a lot of things though that like may look pretty hard or like, but like that's the thing. As people get better at a game, they're going to keep stacking up things that they know, right? And that's just natural. If it's not host skipping, it's you can replace with anything, you know, any sort of skill that they're learning. Because it's not like everyone is just not progressing. Everyone that's training for Rura stuff is constantly improving all the time. So to kind of point at one thing and be like, hey, this is the problem. I don't know. And like also like if you're it's not a prerequisite for racing, it's a prerequisite for racing, I guess, but it's not a prerequisite for getting in there and learning either, you know. Like you can totally get in there and start learning and like be willing to be taught stuff by people who are good. You just have to be willing to learn. Pro, thanks for the Prime sub, dude. Appreciate it. I did it when testing something, so I pulled up the cat video and did it first try. See? Yeah. Like it's a lot easier than it looks. I think there's a lot of other is this an equipment? Did I fuck up? No, I'm good. There's a lot of other things that make racing hard. And that's not even scratching the surface. What up, Onyx? Houskip looks easy, but pots look harder to learn than the current one. I don't know. It's always gonna be something. Give me speed. That's what I need. That's better. I didn't want to risk my runner download a mod. Well, you needed a mod to do it, so that's... I mean, you know. Let's just do 4. We already have an elixir, so it's fine. We can just move on. What up, Knight? How's it going, dude? Onyx, I'm sure you saw the Starstorm release for returns. I haven't tried to play it yet. Thought the SOTS release broke that. Did it get patched back? There's a mod to allow you to post skip. And if you don't know that, then you probably do think it's the hardest thing in the world. I imagine. So. Also, to race, I mean, it's a very mod dependent thing. We have like, you have to install like 10 mods to even be in the races at all. In a mod pre-slots? No. Why are we always forced? Doesn't make sense. Do you ever think they're going to update risk reward returns? I don't know. Honestly. Maybe one day. Hold on. Is there a scav? Any scavs? I don't hear anything, actually. You gonna play a star on stream? I don't know yet. I don't know what I want to do. Mired Urn. Well, we can just get chirps, so... It's fine with me. Is this another run that's just gonna have 0 movement speed for NG and then we lose? What up, pup? I'm gonna forget that Void Cradle in the same market. Well, we have enough money for the entire world. That's just a mushroom. Looked like something else. Like it was part of a printer. Give us a moon 3. I don't know. I don't dislike moon 2 that much. As much as everyone else seems to, I guess. Uh-oh. Oh yeah, we have a chance stall now. Should have taken that coil, actually. That was a little greedy. Should probably reroll crit if we're looking for speed. We're gonna take that shuriken for sure. Oh, Stella. How you doing? I'm doing alright. Doing okay. Guess I'm glad there'll be more people delving into the new physics, but I don't like what they took away this time. What do you mean by that? Can we go deeper into that for a second? Hey. I think I probably need that though. If I want to survive. To a Moon Moon reference? Yeah. They were just huge Moon Moon fans. Yeah, as good as the gloop is, it's not gonna go off anymore, so. Gimme. I'm gonna add a lot of time to my run doing this. Never mind. I'm not at all. It's very easy. Oh, there's the boss. Give me speed, man. Tough. Please. Why are the hitboxes for the Wisp so large? They're fucking huge, dude. It's crazy. Lantern. Please stop. I think that boss is like down here. House Shrine of Pings. It's so true. I'm not getting any speed. It's going to kill me. Eventually. Might be able to get a skill star at this stage. See 2 damage chests over there. I don't want damage chests, I want utility. This is the second NG run in a row where I've gotten to stage 5 with 1 speed item though, or 2 speed items or whatever. Eh. I don't think there's any equipment, so let's open the tri shop. The shuriken will be really nice. Use a cheat engine or something and speed up the whole game? Oh yeah, true. This isn't actually going to help, despite what it might look like. Let's go up top here, and then let's do TP. Can we go Fields? I don't really have another Wungus, so it's kind of sketching me out. I don't have speed to get out of Fields if I need to either. I'm a Deathmark. It could have a Deathmark for sure. I was thinking about more about just it wouldn't help with moving. I might want a Cranshin, but I don't know. Maybe not. We are on Mithrix. We're still, what, 2 away from Deathmark? I should have probably gotten the Rona there for that. Yeah, we need speed. I don't care about Cranshin. We already have damage. Okay. Very well then. Poor Penner's speed. Shut up. Maybe we'll get a headset from TP. I don't, or the large chest, legendary chest. I already have one, but it actually might help. Should have grabbed that coil, man. Shoulda, shoulda, shoulda. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Oh god. Oh, never mind. Damn. Damn, but does anyone know if they fixed or someone made a mod for the Artie Ice Spear knockback bug? I don't think anyone has made a mod to fix that yet. And it's very annoying. I think I know what the problem is, or it's been explained to me by somebody, but no one's gone through and done it yet. Which is a shame. I want to use my fire bands. I know, me too. It sucks. Is there any other like ability that happens with, or is it just Ice Spear right now? I don't remember. Reduce type speed or just movement speed? Just movement speed. I also think it's just Ice Spear, but... Alright, I'm ready to go get a legendary item I don't care about. Please, headsets. Maybe I'll take another Dios, man. I don't care. Cause the ice sphere bug. It's not something that like I can immediately recall, but I have it like written down somewhere. It's something about some code shit that I am not equipped to understand normally. Man, it's such a good one. I think we have to take it. It does lower the fight time by a significant amount. Oh, Goku. Just want to double check up here real quick. They saw how much Dan loved it and kept it. Oh, Raymond. Alright, I think we got everything. Fighter point numbers for zero reason. It's some chat. I'm gonna have to scroll up. Something about... I don't know. Some physics thing taking priority of another physics thing. Some like texture wrapping, whatever. I don't... Something like you read it and be like, oh, okay. And have no idea, but you'd be like, yeah, that sounds like it makes sense, you know? Like, oh, yeah, they didn't texture wrap it for the thing properly with the prioritization. I mean, that makes sense, yeah. Yeah. Like, what were they thinking? You know? Justice and Scrib imply the same debuff? No. Alright, I really think that Fields is a bad idea, even though it would be like the thing I need to try to get some speed on this run. I just don't think I could go there. I wouldn't be able to leave. Unfortunately. Hello. It's the only thing I missed. I don't want to go there either. I actually wanted to go to Helmonth because the idea that we can get more white items from multi-shops might be better. So, 2001 is not enough to leave. It would be enough to leave if we had like 6 speed items, but no. We'd still like need 3 Wungus to, I don't know. Like I could go there and maybe just look for a printer and not actually start the fence, but I realized how terrible I am at looting the stage until I got lost and found. Yeah. 2 transmitters give enough leeway to leave. You know what? You're right. We do have transmitter procs. That would help. Now, we could check for a speed printer. No, chat's right on that one, actually. I was not taking that into consideration. And we wait for my opal to come back. It's glorious music. Probably just some 2-steps. Owie. Okay. Let's see. Let's do our due diligence. Try to get some speed. Well, there is a little bit of speed. Just need to heal a little bit here. Like, look how slow our healing is, too. It's not the worst. There's a Void Cradle up there. We could just snag that and leave if we wanted to. Crits. Let's speed up there. Oh, there's a hoof down there. I don't really see anything. Speed feels suffocating. Dude, it's horrible. Favorite flavor of snow? You ask a lot of weird, like, sensory related questions. And you've done this for like a year. I'm just gonna point it out. It's not the icebreaker that you think it is, I don't think. I think well, Gup is perfect, actually, I think. Yeah. This is fine. We have enough money for everything now. I'm gonna take a bear. I'm not gonna take a key, though. I kind of want to go get that hoof, but, I don't know. The turrets pathfind out of the vent. The ones that aren't moving, or what do you mean? Sorry, what are you asking? Please be a speed item. I need this just as much, though. Alright, let's snag this. Where are we going? I don't even see the other thing. Okay. Tough call, need the speed, though. Ooh, I did just see an equipment barrel. That's really unfortunate. Rucklers? Interesting. Don't need another antler. Would mobile turrets pathfind out of the vent? Yeah, they would not care about the vent at all. Okay, well, we can get 2 Rucklers for free. Can the Void over time damage give Curse and you have enough healing to sustain it? Probably. I imagine so. I see no reason why not. Let's go for that equipment real quick. Hit speed, not damage. Oh, okay, that makes sense. I don't know either way, though. Okay, we'll go around the right here. Let's go back to the vents. Please don't make me break. Since Blood Pillar gives curse without armor, I was still wondering now. Well, the Blood Pillar takes exactly enough HP to give curse. It's like the percent of the threshold for curse to be given. So any amount of reduction on that stops it from cursing you. That's specifically why. Can I get out of the... Oh yeah, I have transmitter, actually. You're right. Oh, I want that void. That's gonna be a really hard one to get. I don't even know if I can. I should have gotten it earlier when I saw that there were gup. Damn, I think that might actually be too far away. Kind of sucks. I wouldn't even have enough health to even do it. I'm gonna pop a transmitter here, probably. It's fine. Yeah, I mean, maybe we can do this vent, see if we get a closer one towards the thing. Transmitter on the way out? No, it's... I have to go up the spiral thing over there. This is only gup, so we can do it. I don't know what item they're getting, but... I gotta be careful and not lose this last transmitter, though. I think I kind of need it to leave. Oh, we have like a 1 out of fucking 7 chance that we get the thing up there. Actually, even the one in the middle would be close enough, I think, for me to go grab it. I'm not sure. I actually think we might be able to... I mean, I don't know what fucking enemies and items we're getting, but maybe just do fields. Is Hook Gen Patcher fixed? Yes. So the penalty items only get added when the vent is active? It's more... It just happens. Hold on, let's go get these on real quick. Yeah, we might be able to actually just do fields. Ooh, a stun is great. That PSG is not my favorite here, though. This is dangerous. We do have another life. I'd rather not pop it, but we do have another life. I don't even know if I could leave from this vent, though, so... I mean, maybe with a transmitter, but it's a little far. I feel like we're kind of locked in here. Dude, that's actually really good. Greater Wisps suck for actually killing us. Like, they're really bad at killing us, and they take up a bunch of credits, so, like, we're... That's probably one of the best things that could have been rolled. Whatever, we're out. Elixir 2, yeah. Phantom Gup running around? I just gotta make sure the Greater Wisps don't shoot their on-death shot. This time it's frozen, because we're in the circle. When it's not, it goes up. Interesting run we have here, actually. Ooh. I might need this, actually. Okay, we got the one where we can get the Radle now. I just need to be able to get up here without dying. Well, now we have 3 Wungas, so I think we can get up here. Which is fine. To leave, though, we'd still need to go all the way around. Like, whoop. It's kind of a lot. We do have a transmitter, though. Oh, that one's dying, unfortunately. Nope, never mind. Do I take this curse? I think I do. This is what we wanted. Yes. Need. So worth. Please shield me. Please. Watches? That's kind of scary, but... Especially since we don't have one-shot protection anymore. We do have a Saber Spaces, though. I'm betting it's gonna spawn Elders or Templars next, though, and then it's, like, actually time to go. This one is hard. I'd rather go to False Sun. I don't think fields should be free, though. I think it should be kind of a challenge zone. If it's free, then it defeats the purpose. And then you just do it every time, and then it's not fun. Please give me a speed item, man. Comes a chore, correct. Too hard? Have you tried it this patch? Because they change it again this patch. With the new characters. I don't think it's that bad. Oh, there's my Elder Q. Can we do this then? Might be able to, actually. What did they change? I don't even know. See? You gotta actually play the fields to give good feedback. Hey, man. Why are you shooting from so far away? I'm gonna leave after this one, I think. It just kind of makes sense to. We're closest to the exit we'll ever be. It's only gonna be further and further away from this point on. Even if it does look pretty good right now. Give me a feather. Ah. Fuck. Well, I can do one more here. Actually. Fuck. Chrono Bobble. Alright. He stunned this man. Thanks. Jesus. I am not greeting that shit. Get me the fuck out of here, man. Good. Yes. Oh, there's a scrapper too. That's crazy. Now we have enough green for a soup. Should have got rid of beads, but it's okay. Heresy, where of the bug regarding the skeleton in the Nukahana, Ultra Nukahana not spawning? I have the achievement item unlocked and I've been to the Ultra 3 times. I think once you get it once, it doesn't show up anymore, right? Oh, you don't have the achievement. I have no idea. Actually, I have no idea. Pretty good field trip. That was... Oh, we got a gup event. Fuck. That was really good. We got some speed, and we got a feather. It's the most I could really ask for. And, well, we got saver spaces too, so, yeah. We got everything I asked for. I would like some more speed, but, like, obviously. That was good. And that was well earned at the end as well. To get that feather. I need it. We'll see. We will see. I'm not as desperate for a feather anymore, so... Yes. Playing with the down patcher? Right now I am, yeah. One Gazan engineer. That's like the too manyth comment I've gotten about it. Hey, we just turned this run around only because of that, so... There is a scrapper this stage. We already have 1 beads, so let's go turn in that other beads first. Oh, sorry. Where does the money come from when you kill an enemy? Is the US Safe Travels Venmo your survivor? Who knows? You can make up a million different reasons, probably. Ah! Love it. The blood of enemies is what our currency is made of in real life. I should just go up real quick. Scrap that bead. Their veins flow with molten gold, yes. So when they die, it all hardens. And they drop a few coins. I need a red for my chance stall, dude. That was like a crowbar-centric shrine. Think we'll have enough for the housing shrine, money-wise? Surely. Owie. Stop it. Is there something else I'm wanting? No, Neote is great here. It's fantastic. I don't want any more keys. I shouldn't have picked that up at all. What am I doing? I could have gotten 2 extra white scrap. I'm stupid. I'm afraid I'm stupid. That's okay, though. You can get through life. Even with my disadvantages. Beautiful. Gas printer? I don't think I need that, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if I really even want this right now. Yeah, I do actually. It's kind of nice. Mine cooldown does just mean more damage. Backup mag for mines is not really that interesting, but cooldown, I'll take it. Looks like we're rocking the recycler to the moon as well. So understand scenarios, retracted daggers are better or worse than needle tape. Can you stack bleed well? Oh, perfect. Unloader, right? Do I want bleed? Okay, beautiful. Can I stack bleed unloader? Because I bet you understand better than you think. What do I save in the Bazaar for your shitty res B2 overpowered? It depends how it's done. When should I not scrap shield gen in a run? When you have other things that scale it, I guess. In this case, I have turrets, right? And when my turrets revive or spawn in, they spawn in with shield already, which puts them ahead of the 50% from E1. Is really nice. But on low movement speed runs, especially when I have just like some opals or something, more health scales the shield better. Because it's more overall maximum. It's good alongside like Recklers and opals and stuff. But if you have enough speed and you have like enough feathers and you're not like really worried about it, doesn't really matter that much. Especially if you only have a few. PSGs are better when they come in many, because then it really scales your health up like a lot. Or on like heavy, large max health survivors, because it's 8% per. Excuse me. I just don't understand why you take Neotic with 5 daggers and turrets. Is it because Umbral kills the turrets? So part of it is because I'm playing Umbral. Part of it is because I have Bleed, the Obnoxious Thorn, and I have Deathmark. And they're gonna stack up Needle Tick anyway. And Bleed. And it'll be okay, we'll get more damage this way. It's just more consistent. And Scorpion, Needle Tick, Bleed, Breach and Fin, and then Ban sometimes. Yeah. I also want to take Needle Tick if you have Thorn or Spleen with crit. I mean, Spleen, yeah, always. It's a lot more nuanced to builds like this than it may look on the surface. I might want this for orbs. Nah, I don't think we need it for orbs, actually. Hey, that helps too. Let's do TP out. Which I don't even know where it is. Probably up here. Yep. I don't like that there are so many bleed sources, makes Needle Tick more of an upgrade than a side grade. Yeah, it's just kind of hard though, because the more items they add into the game, the more like you'll just probably never get a chance to stack bleed unless you have a printer. What they should probably do is probably buff bleed again, put it back to 15% because there's so many items now. And then just say, hey, maybe it's like not on Thorn or something, you know. We can scrap this thing. Hold on. Hello. And every time we do this with beads, we're scaling up our PSGs, actually. It's kind of nice. Give me. Convert all bleed to a collapse? That would be interesting. But I don't know. I don't know how I'd feel about changes unless I sat with them for a little while. Look at that, we're already getting a ton of beads up. Didn't know DLC. Run was so relaxing. No stale star card or voids. Just open chests on site and shoot. Well, there's always Silver Cycler. So I would still macro, but I see your point. There's a lot more macro stage order to stuff these days. And I know for some people it is kind of exhausting. Did I ever pick up this regen scrap? No. It doesn't really matter. Let's just roll it. Nope. Skipped to E8 on Seeker after beating E3 on a few survivors and beat it, and then did it again with the worst Merc build I've ever had, so I guess I'm just skipping to E8. That's fine. Congratulations on being good enough. Salute. There's a lot of people who can't do that, so. Try the Typhoon difficulty in Starstorm, and if yes, did you like it? I tried it, and to be honest, it felt exactly the same as Monsoon. Like, I felt no difference. So I just felt like it was too easy. And then I tried Typhoon plus E8, and I also didn't feel like it really changed anything. Oh my god, the lasers. Maybe they changed it since I last played it? I don't know. I was never crazy about it though. It wasn't enough change to me. Is it not worth having more than one death mark? Absolutely not. So, death mark stacks that your death mark duration lasts longer. There's several things, right? For death mark to work well, you need to be able to apply it all the time, which we can. So that's useless. Point B, even if not, Mithrix, every time he dashes, I need to listen to me for a second. Every time Mithrix dashes, he cleanses non-damaging debuffs, which means every death mark in your build, every fucking slow, everything like that is immediately wiped. So if you can't apply it constantly, it's worthless. What else are we taking here? Maybe... I mean, we could discover another PSG. I'd rather try to roll another feather, though. That's fine. Don't need that anymore. I don't know if I want that yet. We have one more to scrap. I'll just do Shorm. I don't mind losing Luminous though. Either. And the shipping request at the bottom? I already got the read and scrap up top. Where's the shipping request form? Oh, the key, the key, the key, the key, the key. The key, man. Okay. Fuel cell? Yeah, true. Moving beads do nothing for turrets? Nope. They can't remove them out of their inventory. Bye-bye. No slugs. So if we get rid of fuel cells, it doesn't really matter. Like I guess it's kind of the in-between option where you just one extra green scrap, which is fine. This would have been like the 4th time that I forgot a key on the ground on this map. It would have been absolutely devastating. Devastating. Should have marked it. I don't know why I didn't. It's a drone in here, right? Yep. Surprise pincher working on Mermithix's orb? Yes. I think we are good. I don't really want any of the printers here. They disappoint me. Okay. No other equipment on this stage, unfortunately, but that's how it goes, my friends. Unfortunately. My background is High Fear. Hold on, what am I looking at? Oh. 82, so I just went to E8 with the idea that's pretty much never play Hades with the faster enemies. It's too mundane. Yeah. No matter my previous bets, does anyone have any advice on how to get more familiar with Umbral and how to learn the fight? I'd recommend that one Gorak mod where you can retry a stage after you lose. Go in with like kind of a shitty-ish build. And if you die, restart the stage, teleport up to the arena, try again, and keep trying until you win. You'll learn a lot more that way. There used to be just like a thing in Umbral where you could do that, just with one of the shrines, but that was since removed. So I'd love to see something like that back in the game again, but that's as close as we got, I guess. You know why it's gone? Nuxlar didn't want to keep it updated. Oh, the stage, but Sky Meadows slaps because of the music. Well, I have the music off, so I don't know. I feel nothing. You ever play with artifacts? Do you think they can be fun? No and no, not really. Inquish, thanks for the 3 months. Appreciate it, dude. Thanks for enjoying the stream. I just gotta sit here for a bit. Any other questions? Maybe something about how cool DLC 3 is or isn't? The current Umbral race play has your name on it? Yes, it's the Gorak version. Gorak has since taken up the mantle of just making sure that Umbral stays not broken from random patches. Which is very noble of them. You aren't even allowed to say anything interesting. Well, that's the fun, you know? Maybe I'll, no, maybe if it was Hopu and not like a giant gearbox company, but maybe I'll try to organize like a thing. I'll make a deal with Gearbox. Maybe I can release one tiny tidbit of info with their verbal and written consent. Dude, this guy is not moving. I'm doesn't have green multi-shops. Is it a bug? Is it a bug? And it sucks. Our new TP boss is least enjoyable to fight. I can't even say anything. I don't even think I can't say anything about that, I don't think. First of all, I don't even know if there are TP bosses. Dude, Sonorous Whisper. So I have to be careful about how I answer certain questions, because it may confirm or deny content even exists. It says one new stage boss. Okay. So if the bug gets fixed, to win you never want to come to Meadows because of the better bosses, pretty much. Lame. Lame. Still know the red reroll from? Try to get legal trouble. Don't worry, I'm good at not getting myself in illegal trouble. Lockbox. The reason I didn't grab the lockbox, and still I'm not going to grab the lockbox, because we don't know if there's extra sale stars on this stage yet or not. Dude, what? I have stuff to reroll and I still have the Shroom to get. I don't want this at all, so. Okay. 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 Alright. Pretty good rerolls. Actually. Oh, I did get that Shroom request from, that's true. It was just so worthless, I forgot about it. Okay, well we didn't roll any more sale stars, so we can go back. If I had rolled a sale star there, I could have gotten extra items from this. Just really worth. I didn't have a choice. What up, did you? What do we got? Sale star me up. Ooh. Ooh. I don't have any crit, man. We rolled that. Dude. We could do the 1 in 10 fucking giga slap crit. You know, you could take it. The thing is, it could be worse than a 1 in 10 super shot. Actually, it could be fucking Aegis. That could be a Clover, or it can be an Aegis. There's way more reds that are worth less than this, which is fucking crazy. Alright, at least if I have one crit, man. I had to turn on so much crit this run because we needed the speed. I needed to reroll stuff. Or a Clover. I'm just curious, actually. Hold on. Create pickup. Laser scope. Why can I not do that? Ooh, it did not like when I did that. Oh, I need to type in 1 or something. Why can't I do it? Ow. Oh, laser scope item. Okay. Let's see what it would have been. Would have been soulbound. Yep, you're right. Yeah, that would have been worthless, so I made the right call. Even though I think recycler seeding changes on every item pickup, so it probably wouldn't have been soulbound, but we can just say that it was. Maybe with every cycle, you would have gotten a slow, but I'm pretty sure. Okay. We're making our way in. Need a one more. The mines give you momentum. No. I'm just stimming, dude. Nate, thanks for the 5 gift subs, dude. I appreciate that. Thank you. If someone got a sub, make sure you say thank you also. Enjoy your emotes. And good luck to me. My god. Oh, he fell. I think he teleported through the ground. Okay. He's like timing for stage 2 or phase 2. That's funny. I still am requesting a mod be made so that if Mythix falls through the ground, he just spawns in the center of the arena or something. If he just goes below a certain Y value or something. All of my drones died. Uh-oh. Owie. Both of my turrets are still alive. Please, Shuriken. I need you today. I don't even know what broke my spaces there. Be gone. Thanks. Good turret run, actually. They kinda did it, man. They kinda got there. That's a big fish. Holy. I'm not asking anyone to do it. I'm just asking if it gives you the option. Can you gigantify animated emotes, or is it just the static ones? Oh yeah, there you go. Appreciate it, by the way. So cute, man. I animate my emotes a lot larger than the size that they're actually in chat, so they all end up looking okay when they're big. Oh, Distance, how's it going, dude? Thanks for the GGs, by the way. Super rolls, yeah, they definitely carried. Stretching. Actually, after yawn, I once again completed Golden E8 and did my first run of Umbral today. I beat him first try to my surprise, and basically everything thanks to watching you. Hell yeah, dude. You know, part of me actually is a little bit sad though, because I think the coolest part of Umbral is the climb up the mountain. And while it is cool to get that done first try, it's also cool to experience struggle with it, I think too. But I'm proud of you, and good job. There will be runs that you fight him that are probably going to be harder than others, so you'll get that feeling one day. You'll climb that mountain, dude. Alright, let's play another run. What character are we playing? Let's go check the logbook. Let's see who we haven't really played in a while. A logbook that works because I have a mod. Huntress, you're kind of right. We haven't played Huntress in a long time. What other character haven't I played in a while? Because not all the characters can fit on the screen anymore, really. There's too many. Huntress, Loader. Who else is missing? Railgunner, Huntress, Loader, Railgunner. Commando's on that list. Tully, sorry. Ari's on that list, I don't know. Merc is right here, man. Railgunner, Loader, or Huntress. Then, who do you want to play? I'll play one of them. As we try to stay consistent. Huntress, wowee. Huntress, I think, kind of takes it. We've been using this one a lot. Ooh. I like this one, man. Thoughts on Breach and Fin? Damage stats say it only is like 1% damage. 1% of damage in most of my runs. That can't be true. Actually. I know they nerfed it, but like obviously before it was like ridiculous. There's no way it's that low. Actually, it still does good damage, I thought. But maybe it needs to be looked at. I don't know. What up, Disputed, by the way? Can we even like change this that much? Not really. Like it doesn't work that well. How about like a darkened version? Holy shit. Ooh, hold up. Kind of a little bit gray. I kind of like that. If we can get it like a little bit colorless. That's kind of cool, man. I was gonna ask Dispute if you want to play today, but I kind of figured you're doing streaks and you hadn't, you've only been playing co-op anyway. Let's do this. Whoa! Whoa. No. No. Hell yeah. Skipping arrow rain. You betcha. Frame 1 exit. Dude, I'm not playing arrow rain, man. Could've played Flurry, though. Did some scrims on her pet base streak or not? Nah. You're fine. No one would fucking, like, race. No, it's like, if you're going into it and you're declaring that, you know, you're doing streaks and you're just playing the game and you're not doing, like, some side alternate modded mode, you know? Nice planes dodge. I was thinking about that. I was like, maybe I should just, like, set it back to planes or something. But I'm good, actually. I'll just leave it. I've already opened something, so... Did you, like, clear your stats, though? Speeded? For, like, Urchin Fin stuff? I don't know. Won't stand for Plains Erasure. You will stand for it. It's part of the national anthem now. What up, Valence? How's it going, dude? Dude, it's hot. I need to turn on my fan. I'm warm. Yo. The item that all noobs think works well with Huntress for some reason. One out of 12. Plains players can't stand their napping from the boredom. True. They're running across the stage for 2 items. It's not home from work. It's like triple busy season. I could only imagine what line of work you're in, actually. What would be the busy season as summer just starts? I'm playing a lot of Stardew. Maybe you're planting shit. Who knows? Ice cream salesman? Maybe. Memorial Day weekend? Oh, true. Sorry, we're just narrowing down your life. Didn't mean to invade. How much do they want to nerf laser on the father and false son? Feels like it does so much less damage than before. Did they change the stat on it? I don't even know if they did. I work at the distribution warehouse for Nintendo. Oh, interesting. Never would have guessed, so. You know, there's gonna be like comments that are gonna pop up in chat in about 5 seconds that are like, hey man, sneak me a piece of something. Surely. It's funny how much I don't even care about Nintendo anything. Like, I feel like even if I worked at Nintendo, I wouldn't even want any of the games or anything. Like, I actually just don't care. I would not even want a free Switch. It's crazy. I wish I want to Switch, but I don't. Yeah, it's like, what the fuck? I don't know. I mean, it's cool for the people who do like them, but I don't know. Duskbloods, I don't care. Don't get the Switch or Switch 2. The less orders, the less I have to work. Oh, nice. Yeah, everyone order one now. And they just add a clause where you can't even class action lawsuit them, but you have to go through arbitration or some shit. Sounds like Nintendo. Classic evil Nintendo. Please buy as many Switches as possible. Yeah, I mean, I don't wanna dox Jones, but Jones heavily benefits from this. Check out some of the games, they look cool, but I won't give Nintendo any money. That's how I found. Kenner reserves the right to brick your systems. Oh, okay, cool. That's very awesome of them. I like that. I love getting my computer bricked because someone else changed a rule on how I use it after I bought it. I love the future. I mean, you can just tell Nintendo is so anti-game industry because of the patents they are making for every single, like, game mechanic as possible. That shit is... Patents are, like, fucking evil, man. In a lot of ways. I understand the argument of having them, but I also, like... It's one of the most widely abused fucking systems ever created to be the death of all art and industry. I love destroying creativity. It could be worse in the medical field as well. It's really bad. Pharmaceuticals. Child. Oh my god. Purchase and ownership have nothing to do with each other anymore. Everything's just subscription. It's awesome. Aww. I'm leasing a fucking Switch. Incredible. Incentivized to make a new version of the same thing, be able to keep making money once the patent goes out. Yeah. It's insane. That means they can upcharge on the new version of the product. Let's go, man. How many hours do you have in this game? I think I just passed 80. I'm getting the hang of the game now. It's pretty cool. I only really play Huntress though. Say bring back the old school DVD menus. I'm not buying physical media. It's just like a pain. Everything's a pain. And he allows generics of all farmer to be made, no patent nonsense. I mean, that's nice. Let's just get another key, actually, going forward. 4 bombs. BG. Shaking right now at the thought of greed of the big corporations. That's okay, man. You'll get used to the idea of it. So it's super easy to buy prescription meds from India to the UK. Next day delivery. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't think I could do that easily. That's how they destroy emulators and fans look for any reason to be on Nintendo's side. Dude. I think the worst is not Nintendo being evil. It's the copers, man. Like, a new Nintendo Pokemon game will come out, right? And, you know, have, like, 1,000,001 problems. And people are like, no, it can't be any better. It's literally perfect. Nintendo were sent here by fucking God to bring us this game as it is. And it's like, what are you talking about, man? Yeah, it's actually okay that they destroy fan-made games, because they're limiting Nintendo's creativity to flourish as they want, you know? You're kind of robbing that company. What? What are you talking about, dude? Fucking... Oh, hello. I just wish a lot more people said, hey, I don't like this thing, and I think it's bad, but I, like, you know, on a grand scale, but I like doing it, or I like playing it anyway, and I'm gonna keep buying it. Okay, that's fine. You don't need to be weird about it. Just say, yeah, Nintendo's greedy, and I hate the way they, you know, do whatever, and this game isn't as good as it could have been, but I like Pokemon, I'm gonna play it. Hey, mad respect. But let's not cope about how Pokemon is actually 1,000 FPS on Switch or some shit. Either. Like, dude. That's why Nintendo's business practices were helpful for the industry was in the 80s. Probably true. Can you rate the greed of recycling a Murph to try to get a Churf out of 10, 7, or 8? Some games on their ecosystem are bangers, but their hardware is a decade or two old at the price of modern tech. No! True. Nintendo will fall one day, and I won't be there. Say it louder, man. 10 breaching fins were only an 11% damage increase on stage 1 as Mander. That seems wrong somehow. I guess we'll have to test breaching fins some more. I'm not gonna lie, they literally could be lying, yes. I don't know why Nintendo gets a pass while every other gaming company gets their shit kicked when they misbehave. It's literally because Nintendo markets to children, and the adults that are really into Nintendo, I don't want to say haven't grown up, but like, I think they're blinded by nostalgia. I think they're more willing to just say, hey, I grew up with this thing, don't tack it, I like it, it's special to me. It's kind of the vibe I get. I don't know, I mean, I don't know why Nintendo has way more defenders at its front gate than every other horrible, shitty company. And again, you're allowed to like the games, you know? You're allowed to do whatever. It feels weird when people lie about Nintendo to protect them. I guess there's no spawns up here. Not enough nodes nearby. Dog shit coming with dog shit policies, but it's also the most widely hated company for BS reasons. And for actual problems is fair, but a lot of the time it's just made up mumbo jumbo. Like what? What's a made up mumbo jumbo problem? Let's pick something. I mean, I do think every single company has some element of that, right? When you're facing the public, you undergo scrutiny from people who are inherently stupid. So, it just happens. Like, I see a lot of, like, faux outrage shit from companies that are both bad and good. Activision EA are worse? I mean, of course they're worse. See, Activision EA don't actually even care about making a good game in the slightest. I think Nintendo cares about some sort of IP, kind of quality to some degree. Obviously, Pokemon has had its problems recently, but they're not going to release a Mario game that's, like, buggy as fuck. But, like, you know, Activision release a COD that's, like, probably shit. Breaking your console only applies to the Switch too, and it only applies when breaking the terms of use on the console. Okay, so let's talk about that. What is the terms of use on the console that is being broken that you think is worth bricking someone's console for? Or isn't worth? Just curious. Because if I bought a toaster, right, and there was like something in the box that said, you can't use this for warming up wheat toast, and when I did that, it bricked the toaster from being used, I would be like, I feel like I don't want to buy this toaster, really. Buying a new COD feels like paying $60 for a freemium mobile game. I have not played COD in years, man. So many years, but that's what they all look like to me. Let people use the thing they bought. Yeah. What are they like? You're dancing around the idea that they're breaking the terms of service. What is the terms of service on the Switch like killing another human being, or is it like, hey, you kind of like installed a game that like maybe you weren't supposed to, or something? Like what is the level here? Like not following the rules and getting punished for it and then whining about it is dumb. So I think you're putting the onus on the other team. What people are upset about is that there shouldn't be a rule. It's not about whether I follow the rule, it's about there is a rule, and I don't want there to be a rule. So I'm not gonna buy it. For example, you know? Why are you not mad at Nintendo for placing a rule about that? You know? Just to say. Like, sure, you know? Like, you can go into something. Let's say I'm at the store and I'm buying a toaster and it says, hey, you can buy this toaster, but you can't use that kind of bread. I'll be like, oh, okay. And it, you know, if I come home and use it for that kind of bread and it breaks, yeah, maybe it's my fault, you know, but like, you know, But I also would never just buy a toaster that would do that. Yeah. Paying $20 to play as Nicki Minaj in a first-person game is stupid. You can't even see it. I don't know, dude. Every game is Fortnite now. So I am mad at Nintendo. I think it's a stupid ass rule, but I'm not gonna deal with. But I'm gonna deal with it by not buying the Switch. Okay. But you know, I think it's still fair that not everyone knows about that rule either. When they buy something, I don't know how many people like read all of the EULAs or all of the terms of agreements of buying a console. I kind of figure that most people would just buy a console if they want one, and then find out later that there's a ridiculous rule that's like, hey, we're allowed to brick your system. But I don't know. I will never blame the consumer for that problem, actually, unless they're doing something like insanely like illegal or harmful. But I don't know, it's just like it's a Switch. Please believe that Fortnite is bigger than Minecraft. I mean, it probably is, but I don't know. I think Minecraft had more like actual sway in like culture than Fortnite, or has Fortnite had more cultural sway? No one loves any company more than Nintendo fans, and no one hates their fans more than Nintendo. Dude, it's crazy. It's like a fucking abusive relationship. Just don't be tricked by any company into hating the people on your side of the fence, alright? That's what I'm gonna say. Alright? Don't be propagandized into and brainwashed into thinking that the people on your side of the fence are the enemies. Okay. What's the condition for Nintendo destroying your console? I still have yet to get an actual answer on that. Let's get our thing. Maybe we should have just gotten Hoof there because antlers are just pretty common. Nintendo was my #1 enemy, but I don't like the people on my side of the fence much either. I think then you are going to lose any battle you walk into. So you have to work together to take Nintendo down. It's not just gonna be like, I mean, not that, you know, whatever. This is all in metaphorical speak, but you can't accomplish anything alone. So Nintendo wins if it makes people point fingers at each other. I assume that Nintendo is just gonna be like, oh, you like jailbroke your Switch or something, so you get killed in real life. Or like, oh, you downloaded a fucking game that we didn't want you to download anymore. I'm not allowed to do anything to modify the console, the game's on it. Or the game's on it, no mods. We did it, we've ruined modding. That's cool. I'm down. I feel like we should get mad when they actually do something tangible. None of this is gonna stop them from selling 1,000,000 Switches day one. No one... I mean, the people who are gonna buy it are just gonna buy it no matter what. Nintendo could write down something in its terms of service that's like, when you buy a Switch, you agree to like give us like your firstborn child, and there will be people that are like, well, it's actually good because Nintendo could like teach the child, you know, and they like cope. They find some way out of it so they can get a Switch or some shit. It's crazy. Hey, we got lucky 2 times in a row. Well, but still. I lose my job. Too bad. Put that child to work on the next Pokemon game. Yeah, we need it, dude. Need more people working on this shit. Another hoof. That's my own BG. Capitalism kind of requires you to morally justify all your purchases. That's too exhausting. You don't have to. You can just buy stuff. Even if you want a Nintendo game. I think the problem comes in when you like are just not honest about it, you know? Like at any given point, every single company in the United States is being boycotted by some group of people for some reason. You would never be able to buy anything. And if you talk about doing anything online, especially as a streamer, people will be like, why are you not boycotting this? And I have to just be like, I don't care. Enough. And I'm sorry. But, like, if I bent the knee to every boycott, I'd have nothing. You just, at some point, like, it's just exhausting. Truly. Any Tupperware haters with me here? And what did they do, man? Didn't buy a Bliss mug because I don't ethically support race under capitalism. What the fuck? Well, that's just unfair. Games are some of my favorite games ever, but God, I hate the company so much right now, and I'm not buying the Switch 2 unless like pretty much everything changes. You can still just buy the Switch 2 if you want it. If you really want it. No one's stopping you. This guy's fucking adding in my fucking chat. What the fuck? Dude, it's so funny to me, man, when people do factor deals and they actually are like required to put the factor number on their screen so chat gets to see that there's only one person out of like the hundreds of people watching them that actually bought that thing. And then everyone's like, oh, it's so no one wants it, and it's gross. Okay, I love anti-marketing. I do want it, but I'm not encouraging $80 USD games at a baseline. I encourage you to talk to me in 2 years to see if the entire gaming system has turned around on that and has started offering cheaper games. I don't think... I think even if Nintendo died today, every company would still do $80 games like they're doing right now. Or they're trying to push. I don't even think it'd move the needle even a little bit. Not buying things you because of boycotting is not worth it because it's nearly impossible to win the battle against a huge evil company of rivers of money. I don't necessarily think that's true. I think that money given to a company, like, it does make a difference, right? Boycotting on some level does work. But there's boycotts again for everything, and no one could really stick to it, right? Like, you're asking a lot from the average consumer to not buy anything, and we're too used to buying at least something. We gotta pick our fucking battles, man. Like, yeah, boycott fucking everything, dude. Now, I was talking about this the other day, but, like, I know there's a lot of people who will try to make you feel bad. Or, it's not like their super intention, they're just trying to, you know, maybe spread the word about something that they find also harmful and they're taking seriously by not supporting with their money. They might be like, hey, you should stop doing this because of whatever. There's no, like, ethical way out of it, right? Because, like, you can leave and you can go live in the forest, but then someone will be like, oh, you're a coward and you're turning your back on people who need you in the world. And it's like, there's no, like, moral, like, high ground you could take for anything and have, like, a normal life. You, like, are being forced to engage with it at every, like, sense of an ideal. It's crazy. Give me a recycler. Okay, kind of looks like one. Wrong choice. I think expecting games to be $60 forever is silly, especially in this economy. Game prices have been moving, or being kept low for so long. Yeah, I mean, do I want to spend $80 for a game? No, and I will never actually do that because I don't buy AAA games because I just think they're bad. But I'm not looking at an $8 game. I mean, the games have been fucking cheap for a long time. When I grew up 20 years ago, games were $50, you know? Like, hasn't moved up that much in comparison to everything else. And yeah, I do agree that, like, it's good to, like, you know, push back a little bit so that it moves slow. But, because, I mean, game companies do want the most out of you. They'll charge, like, $1,000 if they felt like they can get away with it, but... Common gamer will never have to pay for average new releases. There's so many masterpieces from years before going mad cheap. Also, just indie games, right? Like, why would I ever buy a AAA game? I don't understand. I actually don't get it. Juicy. Never gonna pay more than $60 for a game. There's nothing preventing them from making smaller games. Not saying there shouldn't be large games that cost more, but if people want it, they can buy what I want, and that's fair, you know. I don't think I'm gonna ever buy even if I wanted a AAA game, I would probably just wait for a sale anyway, like whatever. I already don't buy $60 games. I would already never do that. So it, like, between 60 it doesn't move the needle for me. I'm still like, I don't care, you know. I also just don't care about the games. Second, people are vocal about tech companies or criticized for owning a smartphone. Like, what are they supposed to do? Yeah, like, I don't know. I agree. There's some positive, like, real honest discourse about things you could do to minimize, I guess, companies getting away with stuff, but to a certain degree, pushing back on every single thing is not actually useful. You have to pick your battles, unfortunately. $60 so far past my limit is maybe it'll be 100. That's exactly how I think about it. I'm just like I don't care. You know, I don't want to be 100 for people who do buy games, but like I don't know. At some point, I'm just waiting for AAA. I mean, honestly, I actually listen. I do want games to be $100. I want the AAA market to completely crash. And the greedier they try to get immediately, and then they just destroy themselves, the better it'll be. Like, just fucking tear the shit down. Support indies right now, man. People will still always buy indies. It's not like gaming goes away magically when AAA immediately dies. A lot of like, you know, maybe market funding and market share stuff, but like, is having Activision be like the greediest company on earth and putting out patents on how well it markets things to children with skins, like, is that actually good? Or can we just like let that die or something? Can we just let them be as greedy as possible for a bit so they just get punished for it? Or Indies game industry would have imploded? Yeah, it's crazy. I just got a feather, so I don't want to lose it. But I have a lot of trash that I don't want. Overwatch had a crossover with Street Fighter, and the bundle for all the skins is $100. Like, is that not like the craziest thing you've ever seen or heard? I want games to be worth $100 before they start actually costing 100. So let me just. That will never happen ever. You're never gonna buy a AAA game that's worth the cost ever. It never is going to happen. I'm sorry. They're always gonna keep their games higher costs than what it actually is worth. I like when I buy a game, it's the whole game. Buy an indie game. Not even indies are totally safe. You know, people are being greedy about it, but loot boxes were the industry's low point. I don't think there's ever been a more greedy system. No, there are greedier systems, actually. I don't know. I mean, dude, have you seen the library of skins and emotes on children's accounts on Fortnite? Dude, like, while I do think gambling systems are inherently bad, I think rolling a new shop thing every day in Fortnite and like FOMOing kids into spending literally hundreds of dollars a week uh, is like on par. Oh, the skin isn't going to be around for another X amount of months and or years, and if you don't buy it right now, all your friends at school are going to make giga fun of you, dude. And you're like, shits. Shits. I mean, obviously gotcha shit and gambling shit is actually evil, but I think it there should be pointed out how emotionally manipulative some of the other systems currently are. So, for example, I just want this to be clear. Shut up. I need the music to stop. There is a patent, okay, this is real, that Activision has that if you don't have a skin in Call of Duty, okay, you are more likely to be matched with a bunch of people that do, so that you feel inferior and stupid. And they have a patent on this design philosophy so that people are more manipulated into buying skins. Why is shit like this not being talked about, right? Like, What the fuck? Do I want this, dude? I don't know. I don't want to get rid of the feather, but I am Huntress. I feel like it would kind of solve my damage. It's kind of funny. I mean, in a morbid way, sure. Yeah, but like... I have a lot of jumps with Huntress, so I feel like I can lose a feather if I need to. I didn't lose it, but I was willing to lose it, so... Say that skill-based matchmaking is bad? Yeah, skill of the skin, dude. Other companies can't use that one specific system. Yeah, but they'll find another system, right? There's more ways to manipulate children than just doing that. I mean, I guess that's the silver lining, right? The very, very thin silver lining, but... I don't know. I'm sure like every company like that has something like that right now. That is peddling skins. The thing is, I don't even think Fortnite has to worry about that because they have such a fucking hold on people feeling like they're absolutely worthless without skins. So like one of the main ways psychologically you deteriorate people into like buying skins is you give them no basic control over how their character looks without the skin, right? So the random default skins in Fortnite is not just like some random cute fun thing they do to mix it up. It's actually like a manipulation tactic to make people feel like they are not in their own skin. Okay. And that is real. There's just like a lot of horrible shit I think isn't talked about and to that degree. Ubo? No thanks. And, you know, at the end of the day, whatever, I guess. What are you gonna do about it? It's not buy a skin? What are you, a loser? Giving people dysphoria to make them pay more. Yes. Literally, yes. I would actually pay to have custom changeable skin like Minecraft has? Yeah, I'm sure you would. Because it feels so disorienting to not have a skin that you can just have any control over at all. Yeah. It's crazy. Let people spend their hard-earned money? Oh yeah, my bad. My bad. There's always... What do you care? It's not your money. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, my bad. Sounds to be someone that that does defend those come like actually seriously. Like, there's the let people enjoy things crowd. Ooh. Epic Games didn't even need to make anything for people to want the skins. A bunch of kids just wanted the skins because the content creators used it. I mean, to just attribute all of their marketing psychological genius down to that is pretty dismissive of the tactics they use on a daily basis. Honestly. Like, while I do think there's always a factor in popularity when it comes to stuff like that, it's, there are more root problems at play. Hello, beach. Let me open this. I need to destroy the seed. Hello. Wish there was an empathy core printer or something. It's a hot take to say that all of this is because of mobile games and freemium. I definitely think that mobile game freemium was a scourge that definitely let developers realize they can get away with far more than they would have been able to normally. Or it accelerated at the rate at which developers would eventually realize this. I don't think it's like the root of the problem. I think it was an accelerant though. For sure. It was a catalyst at the time. I think that's fair. Shouldn't admit I spent a couple dollars on Fortnite once and I was incredibly dissatisfied with it. It's okay, Gorek. Happens to the best of us that you spend a couple bucks on some shitty game. These are teaching moments. I'm gonna smart that. Back in a Fortnite top streamer played without skins and they forced him to use them in their streamed events. Yeah. Is that not like insane? Said no, you need to use a fucking skin now. Yeah, like they didn't want people to think it was actually cool to not use a skin. I bought the PvE mode for Fortnite years ago, so now I get the currency for it for free forever. As long as I do a bit of grinding, very worth the deal for you. That is a good deal. I feel like if creators normalize the unpaid parts of the games, the community would be much healthier. Maybe. But those are also the uncoolest parts, man. I mean, I remember when Fortnite launched its PvE mode because they had fucking gacha mechanics in a PvE mode, dude. It was greedy from the start. I don't think anyone remembers that, but you had loot boxes to actually get anything in that. Chance of the cave being open? 50-50, I think. Use my creator code. That's how they get creators to buy in. Yeah. What a wonderful world. Gaming is doing okay, man. I just really feel bad for the kids, you know? The kids are the ones being... Well, I mean, everyone's being manipulated, but, like, they're the ones who, like, really, like, they just have no idea. At least when I, like, get something in a game, I'm at least a little bit aware of some things. I mean, obviously, like everyone else, I probably miss some stuff, miss some tactics, but at least I'm like, and as an adult, I'm like, okay, I submit to losing the psychological mental warfare battle here, and just I want it, you know. Like I have the agency as an adult to be like, I don't need that, or something. Kids don't. Kids want anything that's marketed to them because they grew up being fucking brainwashed into watching 20 minutes of ads an hour on TV to buy games. And they have no, like, pushback. Because they have learned reasoning to defend advertisements and have that be a source of joy for them when they actually get things they want. So... Anyway, Stopped watching television because of spam. It's crazy, man. I saw me hit by a crab here, dude. Definitely felt as I got older. I used to beg my parents to let me buy junk for games, and now I just don't give a shit. Yeah. Because as a kid, you don't realize it's literal trash. I let my kids watch adverts when they use my phone. They have to put it face down with the sound off. Good for you. It's... I have no idea. I mean, I've talked about this a bunch. I actually don't know how it's morally or ethically legal. Like, it should never be legal to advertise anything to kids. That should be so far, like, it's destroying people's actual brains. It's rotting them from the inside out to just be fucking ad machines, dude. It's crazy. It's not even like a fucking... What would you call it? Like a freak theory or something. It's just, it's what is happening. But definitely has ADHD, and I know firsthand what ads do that kind of brain. It's tough. When we were kids, it was at least clear what an ad was. Now there are laws that prevented companies from putting grotesque advertising in kids' shows. The internet does not have those regulations. Yeah. Everything's an ad of something. Well, I mean, like, I don't know. You still had those guidelines being broken. But not as bad. Like, SpongeBob didn't pull out a fucking Pepsi or something. But in, like, Marvel movies, you'd see, like, ads on shit always, right? I think it's time we just open Legendary. I just want to make sure we got everything. I don't want to miss a sale star, dude. See my nephew literally getting sucked in the system, and I feel so bad. Because no matter what I say to him about not worrying about skins races, making sure parents know how this shit works, it don't work. Because watch his favorite influencer promoting the system, he will see how other kids get sucked into. Yeah, it's pointless. It's crazy. It has such a hold, man. I kind of want this, but I kind of want the FMP. Depends on when we get a legendary chest, I think. Gimme. Spider-Man did web sling a Coke in the first movie. Yeah, see, it's always something, man. Alright, that's not a bad one to pull. Do we have a... What are they called? Combat Shrine on the stage? I don't know if I remember one. Do I want this? I feel like it'd be better than not. It's better if we don't have a real FMP build. Stage mod is this? Cooler stages. We just have permanent pings, perma pings. Imagine if we didn't grow up knowing that the rabbit is silly and tricks are for kids, dude. Imagine the horrors. We weren't prepared with such knowledge. Remember the 3-minute car advertisement in the Barbie movie? Never watched it, but I imagine there was one. They do that shit in TV shows too. I watched White Collar years ago, and they had a whole fucking ad segment where one of the characters is like, damn, I love my new Ford Focus. Check this out. It can parallel park. Blah, blah, blah. And it literally went on for like 2 to 3 minutes. And I was like, what is happening? The fuck? It was so insane. I kind of want to keep the FMP right now. Ads are the first thing teaching people to sit there not thinking about what they consume. Yeah. It's crazy how evil ads are, but like how much people just put up with them. I was gonna keep Pauldron because we might get a soulbound or something, but I don't know. I think I'm gonna turn down Lysate, maybe. I don't know, the FMP build isn't even that good. We have like a little bit of gas. I'm gonna take the Lysate. If we had more of a build here, I'd be more inclined to keep it more FMP centric, but I don't know. I'm not really insane about it here. And I might get a soul band on the suit, but I think this is more the right call than not. As for anything else, I don't want to do that. Okay. I think we're good. I'm gonna get more drones though. So FMP soulbound without feel so good. It's not as good. It's okay. But a lot of combos don't work with it. Like Broach won't work with it. Pauldron won't work with it. Resonance Disc won't really work. You kind of need multiple FMPs out at once. I miss the other stages. Maybe I could try putting in some of the other stages. It just feels like they're so much worse. You know? Cloak chest? I don't want those. Nah. I think we're good, man. Gun. For me. I want a gun. Oh, all of my drones are gonna die. FMP saving, don't worry. Please shoot the boss. Thank you. Smeech. Oh man, that's actually kind of interesting. With a Lysate? I mean, that could have just been a replacement for Soulbound, by the way. Which is kind of sad, but... You have a favorite film or TV show? No. Same season finished today, so hyped for the summer. Happy to be in a race stream. What up? GG. Love that for you. Catch that, bud. Your gun sounds like a scurry's egg, and I hope at least one person in chat knows what I mean. No one knows what you mean, man. I'm sorry. You're speaking in riddles. One person knew? No, they're just being nice. They're making them feel good about sending a risky joke. Sorry, I don't know who or what that is, so... If they're a person, I'm sorry, I love them, they're the best. Hollow Knight? No. Sorry, it's illegal. Ooh, I want this. Do we have a scrap of the stage? I don't even know. I do, I have one right there. Bantern, I'm good. Thorn's Call and TC 280 get buffed, and we're so back. Well, that would be kind of... You think that could happen? If we're loud enough and we whine enough, do you think it could happen? I had a recent run where I had 2 TC-280 drones on RPD. That's a rip. It doesn't. You weren't being loud enough. Dude, I was being so loud, man. I was in the Gearbox offices literally making a fucking pouting mess. It was like actually embarrassing. But I did it for you guys. Cranston is always just really good with FMP though. Oh, we can get empathy cores here. What am I talking about, man? Yeah, let's actually try to get empathy cores. I don't want to do what Disputed did the other day and like cope credits, but it'd be nice if we got some. If that's to play a Monsoon. I agreed to play a Monsoon. But I did play E8 after, so I can test some, have some things lined up. And I gave them valuable feedback, and it was good that I did that. Because there were some things that was good that I tested. Like the new Eclipse levels? I didn't say that, you said that. Devs can't test E8? Well, I think some of the new devs actually can play Eclipse. Or so I've heard. Don't count them out just yet. I just know, like, in Hopu, there weren't many Eclipse gamers. They'll say that. Did you enjoy the new final boss? I liked it more than False Sun, and it wasn't necessarily done. So, is no mountain trying to really more impossible? Yeah, but you have to get here really late. Necessarily, I guess don't read into that word because it doesn't mean anything here. It means that I know they're still very much iterating on the boss. It could end up being extremely different when I see it, when it's done. I actually liked it better than Voidling as well. Well, I mean, Voidling's at the bottom of the list, actually, so that's... Voidling and False Sun, I liked it better. Spare the Mithrix. I would say at the time of testing it, I like Mithrix, base Mithrix more, I think. I may be biased on that point, though. Hello, Cap. This is not the FMP. You test the DLC again? No. People are just asking me questions about it. Dude, if anything they make is better than Umbral Mythrix, like, holy fuck. I'm not shutting up about that shit. Can you imagine? Spaghetti? Hell yeah. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not a huge spaghetti noodle fan. I appreciate it. It's done a lot for the genre, but you know? I'm more of like a ravioli, rigatoni kind of guy. I want some vessel, you know? I want more of a... something to hold. What do we got? Oh. I need to be mindful about my lysates. I do the speed cancel with Ballista, so... which should really easily get you caught in another version of it. I need to click our click instead of just spam. Okay, that's kind of rude. I didn't have to pay for it. I want pasta now, but I want to cook. Well, luckily pasta is pretty easy to cook. You got this. That was a stack. What are the new stages like? As with all of Gearbox's stages, they seem fine. Where is it? Increase activation chance. Alright, I don't mind that. Hey. Holy shit, that thing got gunned down. There's a scribe on the stage. I'm gonna take a shuriken. I don't have another key for my key box, dude. This is tragic. Do I actually just take like a vase or something? I could just skip pillars. You say they are too big. Well, I will say that any time that you play a new stage for the first time, it's going to feel naturally bigger because you don't know everything about it. And after a few times of playing, you'll probably more realistically see its size. It's hard to look past my bias on that point yet. I think they're fine. Even if you mirror a stage, it feels bigger. Yeah, it's crazy. Your brain is trying to recognize all these things, and that creates like a size difference. I couldn't even answer that question because I just don't know. I'm just naturally biased. That's how Verdant was for you? Yeah, and Verdant's like pretty small. I feel like a lot of people probably felt that map was huge at the start. I watched that video last night and actually dry heaved. Despite trying so hard to just imagine something different. Dude, the stage mirror video, man. That got a lot of people. That was one of the coolest mods that Gorak made, actually, I think. It's one of the ones that gives me actual nightmares. But, So sick. Okay, I think it's time. Yeah, I know a lot of people didn't like the upside down video either. I'm sorry. I did it for charity, though. I would never really done that otherwise. I'll play Mirror Stage is twice the stage. True. Well, no gun use for us, I guess. I don't even want to play into it, so. This is really good. Personally found it amusing. Well, 90% of my audience did not find the upside down stages amusing. They found it disorienting and did not watch it. So it was like a flop video. Despite it being like what I kind of think it was a little impressive at least, but whatever. I get it. I don't want to watch it either, I suppose. I mean, I would watch it, but how many mythics do you think could fit inside a new final boss? Cannot answer. What if the final boss is like as small as like a child? What if it was like as big as Giga Big Voidling? Fester sized boss? I feel like infestors are already kind of bosses. Blast Frog, no comment. I got an item. Steak. So final boss has a size. I said there was no comment. I never even said it had a size. You inferred that it had a size. All this build needs an FMP? No, it doesn't. I already have one. And I don't think it does. Probably just gonna trade it out for a vase, honestly. Like, I don't really care. I'm gonna print these. And we're gonna go off on a Lysate here. Wowee. I mean, obviously. I'm just shocked there's 2 reds in there. Not that reds are actually rarer than non-reds for the key box, but... Alright, let's see. Let's get rid of our whole FMP build, shall we? I'm sorry, Swispers. Keep getting you so late. I'm not a lunar. I haven't installed the mod since Sats, not salts. Saying salts, brother. We're gonna try to gamble for some nice soup. I have a little bit of bleed, I don't mind. Not the 5-item FMP build, no. It's all gone. The fuck? Not turning back now. I did not have to get that money, but... Curious. Growth Hunter actually makes Benthic somewhat tolerable nowadays. Yeah, which I think is okay. There's speed in your build, at least. Somewhat. I think we're good to leave. There's some things we can extract from your answers. That is not true. The things you're extracting are assumptions. Okay. I'm a good non-spoiler. Trust. The Ballista Barrage. I can see the YouTube thumbnail now. So the fact that Race loves lying, so none of his answers that aren't no comment can actually be trusted. No comments. ATG, want to do your job? Thank you. Any of the new drones are cool and or useful. They may or may not be. Can tell when he's lying. That's not always true. I do a fun fake lie though a lot, where I'm like, aha, we're joking, but we'll see. When the DLC comes out, I think you guys will still be surprised about stuff. Let's put it that way. I guess what's up? Hey. He tells us DLC is one race attempt to gaslight us and Gearbox is in on it, I'd believe it. How good would that be though, dude? Actually, I'm not as fast as I thought I'd be. I could just use the vase to come over here, but I just kind of wanted to... Behemoth is probably what we're going to take. Are you serious? This is good, actually. Bum, 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 bum. This is also good, actually. Alright, good. Hey, Race, usually alert, but I wanted advice today. I'm in the middle of the Eclipse time, and I want to do one level at a time on all survivors. But I also want to play characters other than other ones I need to. Should I just play who I want when I want in Eclipse and see what happens? That's a very personal question. I don't know. Whatever makes you not burn out. But you gotta look ahead a little bit too. You got to realize that like there will be a point where you might want to not do a huge chunk of chore stuff, the things that you view as chores, and it might really kill your desire to play the game. But like having like a bunch of little things that make you not want to play as well, like it's whatever makes you play the game, is what I'd say. Harris, long-time YouTube sub here. I've been playing a lot, but still don't get how sticky bombs work and which survivors benefited from the most. This is something that like I don't think is. I think it's a widely misunderstood item. Sticky bombs are in a very specific kind of niche in this game, and I'll kind of explain it. It's actually a good good okay, so Sticky Bomb is very expensive, right? Let's look at that. Sticky Bomb has a 5% chance to activate, which means that to get any sort of consistent damage on this, you need a lot of them. And so when I view it as an expensive item, you need to understand that you need a lot of it to be consistently effective, right? Because otherwise it's gonna proc once every, like, 20 enemies that I'm fighting or something, and then it may or may not do damage. So it's not something you want early, and it doesn't scale that well, right? It's 180% damage. So if I shoot someone with a commando bullet, it's not going to multiply that value very highly. So you think, oh, 5%, I can make use of it with a very high rate of fire survivor, but not really, because it doesn't have a lot of multiplication here. So you want something bursty to make use of it. You want a character that can do a lot of damage very often, either with pierces or just a lot of big punches or something like Railgunner, Loader, or Artificer, right? Or the other situation is when you have a lot of things that are shooting out consistently that have good 1.0 procs with good burst damage, so ATGs. It chains off of things like ATGs and Shurikens super well because they're doing a lot of damage and they're constantly coming out. So it changes your build. You don't want to build them unless you have something that they can build off of. And like someone else said, it's a proc chain ender. You don't want... It doesn't chain into anything else. So by you building them early, you're also like snapping yourself from having a good chain build from the start. You're having like this kind of front-loaded, unusable, expensive damage. You want sticky bombs later in the run, basically, is what I'm saying. It's never bad, it's just super useful in some cases. It's an item you want to wait to get or build up slowly. You don't really want to print them early. Unless you're someone who could like really, really use them. Does that make sense? Oh my god, stop. It's no branch in our chain, which is a huge deal though, right? Would I rather want like a crit that can like have a chain keep going? Or would I want a sticky bomb, right? Early on anyway. And then Runic Lens just cheats. Yeah, I mean, My god. Breach and Fin is dangerous if you're not used to it in this fight, man. The problem with it is just that it's expensive. You need a lot of them to make actual good use out of your build. Why is this clone fucking me up right now? I already don't have one-shot protection anymore. Jesus. Well, Reaching Fin still does the fall damage thing, for sure. Yeah. Today my friend and I made a meme chess opening. The Grug Gambit declined into Bon Cloud defense. Chess has gone too far, man. Bon Cloud is real? I know the Bon Cloud opening is real, dude. Ugh. Also, TC drone wasn't changed when he played, and drones didn't get significantly changed AI. Interesting. I've played co-op with my buddy, and for the last 3 days, we haven't had a single win. Mostly play E3 to E7. Feels like I've had more one-shots, can't react type situations in these 3 days alone than my 550 hours altogether. Are you playing, is he the host? Because if you're playing client to someone else's multiplayer game, you just get lag. So it's probably why you feel that way. Stuff. There's a mod to help with pizza lag. Pizza client lag fix. Definitely helps. Which ability does the most damage in Phase 4? I don't think I've seen you get hit by the groundquake or perfected bullets. I mean, if the pizza or the hits you, you're dead. You don't have one-shot protection. If the shockwave hits you, you're probably dead because you're probably gonna get hit by 2 lines at the same time because you're so close to them. I also just say whatever I want. Not like Race could say no. Yeah, like I can't negatively confirm the absence of something either. So I will say more when the DLC is out. Remind me to if you guys remind me about your predictions going into DLC 3, I will confirm or deny when my NDA is lifted what things like were if they weren't already present in the DLC as it was. Bingo. Isn't it 3-man co-op stage 5 was a slideshow the entire time? All three of us had like 1 FPS. Shit was crazy. Yeah, didn't they say they're gonna do like an optimization update or something? I don't recall. Maybe that will help with that. I don't know. I don't know. Does the pizza on vanilla have its sound desynced? Yes, it does. They fucked it up during salts. What's the mod for that? There's so many mods, man. Pizza sound fix for that mod to be fixed. It's a huge deal. I cannot play without that mod. It's crazy. I did report it as well to Gearbox the second it happened. So they know about it. And I've reminded them about it as well. So, you know, Minecraft I was playing NG and a bunch of gilded elites started generating gold from my 3 turrets. That's funny. And they just hoping we get used to it or what? No. I think we'll hopefully see some bug fixes soon. I know that a lot of people are disappointed at the bug stuff. And like I totally get it because it's very annoying to have a lot of like bugs just like left in. But I think they were gonna do some. I'm getting a. I think this is fine to say, but no, I'll let you guys know. Let me put it that way. But I know it is kind of annoying because some bugs just feel like, oh, just kind of fix it, you know. But there's a lot of those that are just kind of like kind of fix it as well. So, and I think a lot of things get buried. Like there's a Discord for it, and there's definitely obviously like a huge list of things reported, and sometimes I don't know. It feels like there's a lot, but almost had you. Nah, even whatever I was gonna say is probably still fine, but um, yeah, we'll see how much they fix bug stuff. I would say if you're very annoyed at the bug fix stuff, talk about it more, I guess, because they're listening. They hear it. So don't say anything at all ever. Well, you can't be trusted. You can't trust yourself. So I understand why you do that. I've learned Loader not that long ago, most of the tech and movement, but I really feel like she's overhyped. I get the no fall damage and the grapple, but man, it's hard to scale on her sometimes. Hard to scale? I thought you were gonna say that she's so easy that she's not fun. I thought that's where that was gonna go. I feel like you're missing something. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if it's the way you build her out with items or how you move, but you're missing something, man. She is still like the best character. And it's not even, well, it is close now because of Seeker, actually. But it's all of these don't matter compared to how good she is. Who remembers the old drone AI where the healing drones would try and pick you up? I remember that they'd throw you off cliffs on accident. mm, What turrets would you say are better on NG? Both are fine. The stationaries are probably a little bit more consistent though, right? Because you can put them in walls and shit. Runs would end to an eager due to an eager emergency drone. True. Did it? Don't. Why are you buying emergency drones? Also, and they nudge you, but being kills less funny, dude. When you had like 5 drones and empathy cores, they would surround you while they were scrapping, and then you just get thrown like 30 feet in the air and then just die on Eclipse. It was horrible. If like False Sun with alt secondary and alt beam is S++, I actually can't get a bad run on him. So, I mean, like, he's really good. But again, I still think you're missing something on Loader. And you don't need to play her, and you don't need to enjoy her, but you're missing something. Why do people leave the tag stickers on their baseball caps? Because someone they know did it and said it was cool, and then it just chained. So, I don't know. I feel like it's an example of like fads that kids start. Kids that like, you know, don't engage with the world that well. So when they see something new or some product, they don't do what a normal adult would do and tear off the sticker. And then it kind of generates around that kind of idea that the cool kids are doing it because not because they're cool, but because they don't know how. And then it just goes off and then people grow up that way. And I don't play her and I don't enjoy her. Okay. I think you might enjoy her if you knew why you weren't doing that well on her, but I won't force you to play her. That's fine. You know, it's a character you can just go. You don't even need items. No, you can have like pretty much nothing and still like 2-shot Mythic sometimes. Do you have an opinion on Void Fiend and any tips? I would say the constant tip I have for Void Fiend is do not, or try to transform when you want to. Try to set up transforms for when you need them. So like, for example, you're gonna fight the TP boss. Make sure your transformation's almost ready so you don't waste time. And when you're falling, make sure you shoot the ground with a fully charged M2 out of your shift so you can cancel fall damage. Do not jive with Loader, but I fully recognize that she's cracked. She's really good, man. Very good. Stationary is you can find Bungus, otherwise I enjoy mobile. They have different builds. So this is better. Think of this as like a stationary commando, right? Like it's better with bleed. It has a 1.0 proc coefficient. But this is only really better if you put it in walls and you kind of abuse it. This is better with more of the rare items. Things that are more based around how close you are to enemies. So like Tesla Coil is better, Genesis Loop is better, Frost Relic is better. Like all of these rare type builds are better with these ones. So you can get actually cooler build setups, and they can actually benefit from speed. So I say I really like playing the heavy band users personally. I think that's okay. This stuff I know for sure. Deductive reasoning won't bring you info that is 100% true, not things I think are true based on his answers. It's very interesting. Because I recall answering a lot of these questions that you guys are talking about, me like admitting. And I purposely answered those questions from the point of view, from your guys' point of view. Not confirming or denying if it's true or not. But it's interesting that you're taking my answer as an acknowledgement is that I was assuming I was answering about my experience with it, which is interesting. If you catch me out of that, I would be surprised. The biggest surprise for me after I've kind of learned the game is how good Artie really is. Had a fun run with gas and tank printer on stage 2. Absolutely busted. Well, I mean, like, Artie with a tank printer is already insane, right? That's one of the items that just absolutely boosts a character, probably more than almost any other character. I mean, False Sun with Infusion is more so, but that's kind of a newer element. There's no item like Ignition Tank for Artie and Fusion for False Sun. Like, really. Like, everyone else just has to get a build. They don't. Which is interesting. They kind of, like, stand out that way. Well, does the chef benefit enough from Ignition Tank on Seer that he could do that too, or maybe? It's hard to say, actually. How's the Ignition Tank buff Fireband? It doesn't. It doesn't actually do fire damage. It's just a visual fire circle. Bungus and NG? I'm gonna start getting really mean in a second. Evan C. remain maining the blue M1 on Artie whenever I play her. I think blue is fun. It's sad when you get an Ignition Tank printer, but I think blue is fun. Actually. I think it's underused. I think it's underappreciated because of tank printer, honestly, or just tank in general. I think it makes people have FOMO on that point. I'd be extremely surprised if I'm wrong on this. I'd bet like 5 subs. Give me a point that you want to bet subs on, and I will shake your hand. I'll give subs, I guess. Well, no, I can't bet against you necessarily. Well, actually, I guess if you're right about your guess and you made, well, it's hard with a dichotomy. It's hard because you can be like, it's not this, it's not this, it's not this. If you have a guess on something that is it is this or it is that, then I think that's I'll make some bets with you or something. See, it's not pilot is hard to make a bet on when you're being like out of all the characters, it's not this one thing. I don't know. I would give subs if it were more of like a reverse answer. Valence, thanks for the tier 2 sub. What the hell? For 3 months in advance. How does that happen? Thank you, dude. That's insane. SOT pilot, TC drone didn't change, and drone AI didn't change noticeably. All 3 things. Okay. Now that sounds like a parlay. Alright. That's... I mean... I'm not opposed to just giving subs to people either. Speaking of which, anyone want a sub? I'll give a couple subs right now. Because I haven't done it in a while. I need to open my Twitch page, though, first. Oh. Me! Wow. Wowee, dude. I'll pass. Well, that's kind of rude. Loki wanted one first. Congratulations. Can you give Tyler a sub in your name? Yes. Give them to others. Someone gave you a sub, so Yo, I received a reward for Crunchyroll, 30 days of unlimited anime. Redeem now. No, thank you. What the fuck? That's crazy. Uh, Give it to Gorak. Gorak already has one, man. Pogging for free anime. True. You can almost watch all the Isekai slop in 30 days. There's not enough time, man. Pretty sure 2 subs is more expensive than the normal cost of Crunchyroll. Actually, yeah. But it's a partner deal. You know, you get both. You get subs given. Well, you don't get anything if you give subs, I guess. I get stuff because, well, it's cheaper for me. I get a reduction on subs that I give. Tyler, thanks for the gift sub. I appreciate it. Thanks for paying it forward. I get one more. Who wants one? Let's see. Who's like a good chatter that asked which one of you is like actually fun? Well, here. Let me roll a dice. I'm a good boy, yes. Well, that just made you ineligible. Sorry. Sorry. Let me see. Rolled some dice. You won. Congratulations. Hold on. Hold on. There you go. Finally watched Attack on Titan, and going from that to a slop Sakai was crazy. It's a very interesting, without spoiling the show, they did an interesting switch up. 06064 is my favorite number. Interesting. What does the dice mean? It means I rolled someone to receive a sub. All right. Am I doing another run? I don't know. I'll decide after 3 more minutes. I like the animation. Thank you. I do all my own animations for all my emotes and stuff. I love animating, dude. It's one of the joys in life that I don't do enough because I am lazy. And it does take me a long time to do, so. Fall Sun boss fight? I'm good. What software? I use Krita. KRTA. I like how the eyes animate into those eyes. Yeah. I was proud of that one. That was fun for me. That was anime. I've watched a few anime, but there's a lot of people who enjoy anime because it's anime, because of like the culture of anime. I don't. Like I know a lot of people who be like, I need a new show to watch. I have to just browse Crunchyroll because I can't browse any other. I can't just look for a good show. I have to watch an anime show, and it's like interesting. Interesting. Was there a flash when playing Void Fiend and doing his M1? Because the devs wanted to annoy you. Sometimes it isn't just like any other form of media. Exactly. Yes. I am a cultured man, if you know what I mean. I don't want to know what you mean, actually. Sorry. Thanks, devs. Yeah. They, I don't know. There's a lot of, there's a few annoying things as Void Fiend. If you haven't noticed it, it's very irritating. I have it turned off with a mod, but whenever you jump as Void Fiend, he actually makes this really annoying grating sound, and it's awful. to listen to, actually. God, it's crazy. Where's my... There we go. Yeah, I turned it off, though, as you should. First of all, please do one more run. Second, what does Behemoth actually do? Base damage from the shot plus 60, or is there more to it? It's 60%. It's like a different form of watches, right? Except it multiplies with watches, and it's AoE. So Behemoth has some actually interesting secondary effects to it. There are certain traits or properties that are associated with certain attacks in the game that Behemoth will delegate out into the AoE effect. So normally, for example, a trait that goes along with the Desperado shot is that anything that Desperado kills will be a stack. Behemoth widens out that, right? Attacks from Merc that apply expose will also apply expose with the AoE. So that's why you get double expose with Mercenary. But then it applies the items too. And one of those is actually Void Crit, because the Void Crit is rolled on the attack that way. It's just that the Behemoth Explosion doesn't have a proc coefficient. So, yeah. It's, it doesn't proc stuff, but it inherits the traits of things. Does that make sense? Bandit triple Behemoth sounds fun. It's the fastest way to get stacks for Desperado. You just use like a cube or something, pull in a ton of enemies, and then you just blast. Have like 10 stacks instantly. It's very good. But also just like specifically with Merc, it's one of the better items you can get actually. Because of the double expose, if you expose tech a lot. It lowers all your cooldowns even more and does the however much damage it is. What is it? 350% extra damage. And minus 1 second cooldown. Hi, Race. I have just over 100 hours on Restaurant 2, and I finally feel good at the game after watching a bunch of your videos and catching some streams. Thank you for helping me constantly get through Monsoon and now Eclipse runs. Hell yeah, dude. I thought you were going to ask me some question, but it's just a nice message. Good job. I'm proud of you. You've gotten far. You've gotten to a point that most people don't ever get to. So, which is a good thing. It's a good feeling. Be proud of yourself. This is the educational section. Imagine sending nice messages and not just being toxic in chat. I do expose tech always, and it's etched into my hands and brain. Good. As it should be. I see a lot of people that struggle with Merc, and especially like a basic Merc loadout like this, and them not doing exposed tech is the main reason why they are feeling like this is a very hard character. And like it is, if you don't know how to do it, it is hard. You know, it's not like you are meant to really know that, but I wouldn't mind leaving these little tidbits in videos. I love learning fun facts about the game. I want to do more like actual broad educational videos. I have one that I've been editing a little bit with Kami. I am kind of unsure about the format of it though. Remember when I did a run a while back, a couple weeks ago, and the kind of format was I wanted to do 2 runs on the same seed, kind of a shitty seed, and I wanted to see on average what the effects were of Recycler and how it could kind of change a run. I felt like the current video that is made from that is a little dry. And it has me explaining a lot about how every item actually is incorporated into the build and affects it. And while I think that is valuable, especially in the context of that run, I also feel like that's not something that's totally interesting to watch, right? Like, for example, if I pulled up a run and I had a bunch of items, stage 1, and I explained each and how much I would want to keep it and how much it's actually affecting me positively, I feel like people would get fatigue, right? So, how do you feel about a portable recycler equipment? I love the portable recycler equipment that's in the game. Obviously, you're me and Scrapper. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I kind of feel like in general, I feel like taking mechanics that already exist and making it less special by just doubling it or doing something else with it kind of lowers the identity of said thing. And I'm not always immediately a fan for that thing. You look at a scrapper so highly because it is what it is, right? And I think that's kind of a good sign that it's an interesting interactable. It's a powerful interactable, and you kind of need them, and it's become the meta for stuff. But it's also, as soon as we like commodify a lot of these things, the game becomes a ton easier, and things like this become less special. See the 3 extra new lives. Correct. That's a great example of that. I feel like I would like a video that like that, but also at the same time understand completely what you mean. I think a lot of people would like it and would appreciate it, but I also need to do a job of being entertaining and being able to teach in a way that is fun to learn. And I'm not sure that the video I have as it is totally fun to learn. Albeit it is very interesting though, and I think a lot of people would enjoy it, but I don't know. I've been sitting on it for a few weeks because I haven't really known the format I want to do with it, actually. Scrapper equipment should go uh, through your items like a choice chest, and you have to click again at the right time. Yeah, I mean, maybe something like that would be more interesting, but I can just put those up unlisted, and Risk of Resources had an item guide that played those videos. Maybe. I don't know. I feel like, but like having, I mean, I could just make unedited videos of this kind of stuff. I don't need Kami to edit it. If it's going to be boring anyway, I could just be like, fuck it. I'll just sit here and talk about stuff, about item theories and build management theories, and then just throw it somewhere. But I don't know. Guaranteed Scrapper stage 4 or 5, good mechanic or not? No. So, this is a roguelike, and my fundamental theory of roguelikes is that the only way that a roguelike preserves its identity is if things are inherently, structurally as random as they can be without ruining the experience. And I think every time that you take something and make it a guaranteed effect somewhere else, you're deteriorating the replayability that the game is offering. In one run, me not getting a Scrapper Stage 5, while may be annoying because I want a better build, also makes the run more interesting and different than a run that I do get a Scrapper Stage 5. Because every time I get a Scrapper Stage 5, I'm going to scrap all of the items that I already know I don't like. Does that make sense? If you had a Scrapper Stage 5, people would play less over time. If you didn't have the annoying parts, it'd just be command. Correct. Watch your video with Cap, I think, on perfecting co-op. Really interesting. You both said that the game has too many intricate mechanics that by themselves can't make a video, but I feel like 10 mechanics you didn't know about format could be fun. Maybe. But I feel like I have so much to say about these small little things that, I don't know, maybe it could just be like 5 mechanics or whatever, or like 5 build theories. It also makes runs where you get a stage 5 scrapper more interesting because you have to plan for it potentially not being there. Correct. Like, there's this constant problem. I don't want to say problem. There's this constant reoccurring ask that a lot of roguelike players have, where they go into the game and say, I don't get this enough. I want this always. Because it's more fun when I have it. But to what extent is it not fun when you always have it? Needs to be answered. But it will always be a request by roguelike players because they feel like it would be more fun if they had it, because they have this strong emotion of, I didn't get it, without realizing that they wouldn't actually play the game as much. In the intrigue of reaching Moon without a scrapper, and there's really good soup. Yeah, there's so many more situations that come up when you don't get what you want, right? When you're forced to use something in a way that you may not have wanted to, but you kind of have to. And I think that's the magic of what a roguelike genre is, right? You have all of these things thrown at you, and you have to figure out how to twist the RNG as much as you're capable of to get something out of it that you want, whether it be skill or knowledge or whatever. And that's why I like macros so much. But it's also just being able to know the characters inside and out, and being able to know the items inside and out and how they work together. You also get to keep any knowledge you gain from run to run. Correct. Like if I have gas and wisp and not a lot of damage, do I scrap one, both, or keep them and gamble on a scrapper? That is your choice. It depends on the run. It depends what you're using both with. Right. Like choosing to use your last void key on stage 5 to get a normal key to use a stale star for chance to get feather. Exactly. Like stuff like that, right? Or just saying, hey, I may not have, 10 watches and 5 AP rounds and 5 focus crystals like last run, but I was given a luminous shot and shurikens, and now I have to change the way that I'm playing this character in a micro kind of environment to try to sneak out a win here. Or I only have, crowdfunder or an FMP this run. How do I fully utilize this equipment compared to like just the capacitor build I had last run? Is your thought something like making a narrower video about Recycler and rely on other videos or the resources to establish the value of the items you're getting? I don't know. I haven't really decided yet. I would like to make, like I said, a video about taking the perspective of what a build kind of is. I don't know. What I really need to do is actually make a video about builds just in general. Because it's the thing that I constantly see the most misinformation about. Because a lot of people assume a lot of things about the builds that they're getting in runs. A, that they're not in their control, or B, how things interact well with each other, and what is important in leaving in the build, and what can be actually pushed out of the build by replacing it with some amount of skill override, right? I don't need 1,000 healing items if I can dodge, right? I can make up for the lack of some items with skill or knowledge in some other areas. And so when you're starting the game for the first time, you just kind of feel like maybe everything's good. But that's not always the case. But then as you get even better, like it's like kind of a bell curve, right? You have like everything's good. Maybe you watched a tier list video that was bad and you're like, nothing's good. And then you realize like, okay, everything is good in its own situation, right? That's when you actually get good at the game. When you're like, oh, okay, I realize now that everything has its niche, and I need to be ready for when that niche appears, right? And I need to be good at identifying when that niche is here, right? What makes a build interesting is just as much what's not in the build as what's in it. Correct. And I think that's valuable in a lot of areas, like when we're looking at what's on a stage, what isn't on a stage, interactables, etc. Right? Going back to the scrapper thing, I don't like this song. It'd be nice to have a miniseries about a bunch of different little informative videos, but I don't know how viable that would be from your standpoint. I think it would help people. And to that degree, they're probably worth making. But in terms of I pay an editor to make videos for me, well, I mean, I record all the stuff and whatever, but like they put together, it's at a loss. These videos probably will be, but I mean, it's probably worth it to some degree to do that. But again, I need to find a way to be able to project these conversations in a way that is interesting and fun to digest, right? I have some friends who play Gesture Platonic all the time. Genuinely impossible to play with. Waiting for them to roll their 6th Gesture. I used to TP early just to annoy them. Great video idea with the builds, by the way. I feel like when you have situations like that, you just need to be honest about how someone else's way of playing can deteriorate your own experience. Like, hey, when you do that, it ruins the game when I play with you. And like maybe we can do some of those lunar runs, but maybe we can try to do some of not, you know? Maybe we can find a compromise or something. You are playing with another person, right? So there's got to be some level of communication agreement there. RNG is really important for a roguelike because of how grindy Dead Cells feels or is. I felt like all my runs were very similar because everything takes so long to get, and I just stopped playing. Yeah, so a lot of the okay, so Risk of Rain, by the way, is one of the most replayable roguelikes ever made for a lot of reasons, right? And it's very clear to me why, but I feel like it's not as much talked about, right? So we have a lot of items, right? A fair amount of items. The degree of each item is affected by how many items you have. So immediately, a run with 1 hoof versus a run with 4 hooves is a massively different experience, right? Already, we have a different run completely. Already, to this scale, in this very small vacuum of an experience, this is a new run. This is a new hour you spent in the game that feels different. And now you take that with, you know, X amount of items that you get per run with the variable stacking of that kind of system, and you have very variable runs over the course of how many hours, right? To some extent, yes, the way you use some items may feel overlapping in some way, and some runs may feel more similar to others that aren't, whatever, but you always have these sort of things, right? You also just have a lot of characters, which is fine, whatever. But, and then you have equipments, which are kind of like what I would say are your, like, I mean, it's an active. But when I look at a lot of games, right, that are like Dead Cells or RoboQuest or, what's the other one? What's the furry RoboQuest game? Fuck. You know what I'm talking about. They all have this system inherently, gunfire, where you pick up a gun, right? And you are just going to pick up the gun that you want, and the gun holds about half of the build potential, or weapon, or sword, or whatever, for your run. And then you have these situations where you don't get that many items, and they don't stack, right? Because you're getting, you're picking of like a little skill tree thing, or you're like, oh, it's a perk time, I'm gonna pick one of the 3, I'm gonna pick the one that I want every single time, because there's not a large pool, there's not as many white items, for example, in this pool. Let's pretend there's like 6 white items in the pool for this thing that I choose. I'm going to pick the wrap every time. And my run is immediately the same because I pick the weapon I want, and then I pick the wrap that I want, and everything is perfectly in my control. And wow, I don't really feel like this game is very replayable. It's like, okay, well, you could look at the player and be like, you are making it not replayable. You are choosing the same thing every time. But you have to actually force players to have different things every time, because otherwise they're just going to go to a restaurant and pick the thing that they like every time, because that's how people are. And that's why I think randomness being in a roguelike is so important to the key of replayability. Like, you have to have those elements in it. Play roguelike has a lot. It's way more variable than you're making it out to be. I'm obviously being hyperbolic to some degree, but it is less replayable than Slay the Spire or Risk of Rain because of these things. In RoboQuest, I was like, I want to do the Recon Guardian melee build. I guess I'm only using the starter pistol and going the Oasis each run. The thing is, you can just get the same build in RoboQuest, though, every time. Right? And I played it enough to know that because I did that. Or I was able to. And not everyone plays Command and makes a new build every time. So you got nothing on Spire. I mean, I still think Spire is like the most replayable. Like, it has more degrees of stacking philosophy than Risk of Rain does. Other thing, a big part of Risk of Rain replayability is because it has great skill expression. It does. Binding of Isaac, it's like 1,000 items, but the game plays itself. I haven't played Isaac enough to talk about it. I can't say like yes or no or this or that about it, because Thoughts on Enter the Gungeon? I don't like it that much. I don't know. Personally, adore Dead Cells and Risk of Rain. They're just very different ends of the roguelike spectrum. It's fine to like it. I'm not saying you can't like a game. Don't get me wrong. You don't even... but a lot of roguelikes are going into a direction where it's more player agency than it isn't. And they have to force players to interact with the game by making more grinds than they have to just have good replayability in the systems. Dead Cells is a very grindy game. You have to play a lot to finish all the unlocks by design as well. I think just like, if you have a good macro, completely impossible to ever lose. Yeah, I mean, the 1,000... wasn't there like 1,000 win streak for Isaac? Or something? Does anyone know the world record win streak for that? Yeah, but they entered 3D in Gungeon 2, so maybe they'll hook you this time. Maybe. I don't know. If it's still like a 3D like top-down game, I'm not gonna play it. I feel like you can always find something to improve at with Risk of Rain 2. Its mechanics and macro inspire is always more to study. Well, to say there isn't more to study in those other games is probably being dismissive of those other games, right? I'm not trying to shit on other games. I'm just saying, in terms of replayability, I don't think they hit the mark I'm looking for always. Which is fine. They can still be good games. I feel like Gunfire is so close to cracking the formula. The problem with Gunfire as well, it has, let's say it has a lot of items. Let's say this is like the full list of Gunfire items. The problem is the items, A, don't stack, and you get 80% or more or something, it feels like, of the total item list every run. And so it feels like every run is just like 1 degree off of being the same run every time. Right? Like, if I have, if we just pick all the white items, it's like, oh, I missed 3 white items this run. It still feels mostly the same because I feel like I have most of them. That's kind of how I feel like Gunfire is And that's why even though I beat through all of like the Eclipse levels on it, it never really hooked me that much. But maybe the DLCs helped. I don't know. Regardless, so you pick what you want too much. Yeah. Why does Spire have so much replayability? So Spire has so many degrees of forced randomness in it, right? This is so important, right? So you can have a build. Let's just abstract out the card system for a second. Or like how you build your deck. You can have, let's say, like 10 items in your deck, whatever. Let's just pick Risk of Rain, for example. But every battle is inherently different than every other battle simply because of card draw being random. That already changes the field of play, right? We already have this system where inherently the gameplay has a random element. You're going to have a different fight every time. And now let's bring in the card building element into it, right? We have all of these cards to choose from. Let's say it's just all of these on the list, whatever. And they stack, right? Because you can get 7 or 10 or 20 of the same card if you wanted to. And that changes the way your deck functions fundamentally, which is insane, right? And then you have relics, right? On top of that. And then you have enemies that have, while most bosses have like sets of abilities, some enemies go in kind of randomish orders. The maps are, while they have, expectations on them, you don't fight the same enemies every time, right? There's so many degrees of differences, and then you have curses, and then you have different characters, and then you have, dude, there's a lot of reasons why Slay the Spire, you can play it 1,000 times and feel like I've never had this run before, ever. Because there is randomness at every degree of it. And it can do that because it's a strategy card game. Risk of Rain can't do that because you'd have to make all of your abilities random, or like you'd have to have like a loadout of abilities and randomize them to get the same effect as what Slay the Spire has, kind of with its system. You've done that. Yeah, a little bit, but but in a more like tightened up system. Like you'd go to a shop or you'd open a chest and say, hey, you can add in a loader slam into your ability cycle now if you want. And that's what it's more like, right? And you can be like, oh, okay, so now I have a loader slam in my build, etc. And that's like, there's so many degrees of things. And even though you may look at Slay the Spire and be like, oh, you have a lot of choice, you get to choose a card. There's still inherently, because of the base combat system is so inherently random, it makes it random. Also, the things you're seeing still aren't total. I mean, it has some degree of randomness to it, and it's a big pool of things that could show up. It's not like it is just 6 abilities, or like when you play Hades, dude, I get the same shit every time, or I can if I wanted to. And yeah, you can upgrade some abilities with the palms if you whatever, but like, and it's not as like simple as I'm making it out to be with this hyperbole, but in comparison to Slay the Spire, it may as well feel like every run could be exactly the same as the last one, because the pool isn't large and you have too much choice between the pool of what you can get every time. And again, you can get crazy runs that are different, but that feel kind of the same because of this. The idea that taking nothing is better than something, a lot of the time is very cool. Yeah, there's a fourth option, right? And it's important to play against that randomness, which is kind of like what Risk of Rain does. Like, it's kind of the leave the item on the ground option. It's kind of the macro sort of like, to play my build properly, I need to give myself as many chances as I can to do this thing, or do that thing, or get what I need when I need it. Looking at Dead Cells through the lens of Risk Rain 2 and vice versa is unfair to both games. I don't think so. One of my favorite games of all time is Rogue Legacy 2, and that is the most meta progression grind fest ever, and that's fine. I'm not looking at it through the lens of Risk Rain 2. I'm looking at it through the lens of roguelike being replayable. And I think in that sense, it's fine to critique a game for not being replayable. If they added Eclipse 9, what would you want it to be? I have no idea. It's hard to add in more modifiers without making the game inherently unfun for a lot of people. Because already a lot of people don't like all the modifiers. And so if you put something on top, you have to have something that's difficult and engaging and that people like to engage with for a very long period of time. Haze is the most extreme example of letting you pick too much. It even goes down to the difficulty options. It's why I never really got too far into it. I played it. I got far in the heat levels, right? I did it, but like, I didn't have a strong, compelling urge to. It didn't have enough replayability for me, so I just stopped, which is fine. It's a good game. Hades is a good game. It is a good story narrative action game. It's fine. What is your thoughts about the replayability of Noida? I don't know because I haven't played it enough. I just don't like the way the combat feels. I think it's a great game though. So it's already such a huge grind and gets bigger with each new survivor. Yeah. Like so look at how many survivors there are, right? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 16 survivors because heretic doesn't count. If they add an E9, that's 16 more times that you have to play the game and win. And that's not even including the next DLC. And if they make another DLC, it's not including that one. Eclipse gets harder and harder to get into every single update. That's why around Spire was there was some crazy combo that I got to 3,000 energy, but it was really hard run because I picked a lot of bad cards instead. Yeah, it's an interesting game. I mean, you could pick other stuff and make other builds. Anything other than the Zeus skills are suboptimal, and then you can limit yourself with heat levels, but too far up in its RNG. Okay, so Sulky, that's for the 49 months, man. So what I mean, again, I want to reiterate, if you have to force yourself to pick something else on your own accord, it is not going to be replayable enough for a lot of people because a lot of people will not do that. Okay? And the freedom is cool, but most people, when they play Command, they pick the same thing and they get the same build so that they can win. And the percentage of time that they don't do that isn't enough to keep them coming back forever. At least, and I'm not saying get rid of Command. I'm just saying comparatively, the systems, which one is way more replayable? Just automatically. You don't have to think about it. It's just, this is different this time. I like it. I think modifiers are also need to be more than the same thing, but harder. If it doesn't add anything interesting gameplay-wise, it's not worth adding. I agree to an extent. I think there's some things you could do, like you can go off of certain ideas, right? But it's, I don't know. It needs to be a fresh experience, and that's what Eclipse is for. It's supposed to be a fresh mode. And like while you can make something boring that's harder, like give enemies like 1,000 extra % health, it's harder, and it just doesn't feel. You gotta make it, something new. Then the Eclipse climb to 2 at a time is needed. I don't know. It's hard. Like maybe that's a solution. I would like to think about and I think that could work. I would like to brainstorm some other ideas first, just to see if there's another easy way to do it. I don't know. I think one of the the ideas that chat had a while ago was like, let me try to remember. Like if you get to E8 on one survivor or something, or like a couple of survivors, you can like skip E1 for the rest or something, because it's like you can kind of raise your baseline if you prove that you beat E8 enough, you know what I mean? Like stuff like systems like that could be kind of interesting. I don't know, but making it so you don't have to go through every single one, especially as they're adding more and makes the mode just more and more painful and harder to get into. It's like, uh, beat loader on E8 so I win, right? No. I don't even think you have done that, so get back to me when you have, Sulky. What would you say makes combat in a roguelike more fun for you? Having to fight things in a new and interesting way. Having situations that pop up that aren't the same, or a lot of usable skill expression. Like, obviously, Risk of Rain has kind of. I can autopilot a lot of Risk of Rain these days because I played it too much. But I played it a long time while I felt like there was a lot of. I mean, I still think there's situations that come up during combat where I have to, you know, things are happening. There's a lot of. There's never going to be the same number of enemies around you that have the same effects, that have the same types of enemies that are doing the same thing at the same time. Okay? And that's like an important piece of the puzzle. I'm never in Risk of Rain just fighting two enemies at once every single stage forever. I am fighting an assortment of enemies that randomly spawn, and yeah, I can fucking walk around them in a circle, but it does make combat more engaging to have these things be random, right? If you're already pretty good at the game from just playing Monsoon, it takes so insanely long for Eclipse to feel like it's any different. I think that's a huge missed opportunity. E1 could have been a very impactful modifier that could have immediately set Eclipse apart as a new game mode. Like, for example, giving all the enemies an extra different move or something. Like, obviously that'd be a lot of dev work, but you know what I mean. Like something that really is like, whoa, this is Eclipse. Because I don't want to like make people feel bad, but when they're like, oh, like all I played is Monsoon, but I just beat Eclipse for the first time, and like I did it. I'm so proud of myself. Like I beat E1. And I don't want to be like, haha, loser, it's the same thing as Monsoon. Because I want to be like, yeah, like, hell yeah, you're doing it, man. But it is the same as Monsoon. So it takes a while to get to a different spot. An Eclipse level that purely affected Mythics would be cool, since that's what Eclipse focuses on, although it obviously isolate the player base from content. I don't know. I personally am biased enough to feel like that would be good, or just something that affects all bosses, not just Mythics, but like, dude, like if Umbral was like E9, I would love that. A lot of people wouldn't. I would love that. What up, Dan, by the way? Reaching E8 on one survivor raises the Eclipse level for every other survivor to E1, cap out at E5. Yeah, I mean, I don't think you should get to E8 off of just playing other survivors, but I think there could be like something to that. I don't know the right way to do it yet. I haven't thought about it enough, but like there could be threshold levels for certain things, right? I think that's fair, you know. Saw more character skins. Give me a color swap after every Eclipse win. I think it's also a shame that they didn't do any reward system for Eclipse. I know why they didn't. I know their logic in not doing it. I feel like it's a missed opportunity. Very much so. I feel like that is sad. Does they have any suggestions for horde shooters? I know Payday 2 and Warhammer Vermintide through and through, but what about 1K hours in both? Yeah, I mean, those are good ones. Warframe is another horde shooter I put time into as well. Has some more MMO elements, but a lot of Eclipse stuff is very similar between survivors, and it has to do with dodging enemies or general itemization. So milestone's a good idea. I mean, yeah. I still want every person to have to play a character to get the E8 badge, right? And I would be sad if all they had to do was play one run. Because I feel like inherently, you learn to love characters and you learn to understand characters by playing Eclipse for a lot of people. Because you're kind of forced to play them and forced to figure them out. So to some degree, I wouldn't really want people to skip the whole thing. But yeah, 8 times on every character is a lot. And if we added more, it gets worse. And there's more characters that we know are coming. So I hated Merc, Rex, and Acrid before Eclipse. Yeah. Like, when I first started Eclipse, was very unsure about a few characters. I was like, I don't know. You know? But, and not every person learns to love every character, but they learn to at least something about them. And they give them a chance. A lot of people just don't give characters a chance. And I think that's the root of the problem, I guess. I think they should just rework Mythrix and the moon as a whole instead of having it in Eclipse level. I don't necessarily. I am gonna no comment on that, I guess, because I don't know. I don't have an opinion strong enough. If you remember all a while ago, I said I was going to work on doing that, and by now I have a basic outline done. And the makings of a stage coming along. However, I've taken a break from it to work on my own roguelike game instead. Interesting. Well, if you have something concrete, let me know. I was always told Rex is so hard, so I never played Rex, but he's super easy in early Eclipse levels. I think Rex is good. He's the boogeyman of Eclipse. People are like, oh no, not Rex, but like he's fine. E5 is definitely where he gets harder, though, I will say that. Eclipse is just what made me try Multi and Rex, and I still think if I didn't get into Eclipse, I would never have played them and found out they weren't nearly as boring as I thought they'd be. Yeah. People look at Multi and Rex and stuff, and they look at these characters that feel very slow, and they're just like, oh man, this shit is not good. They have really interesting builds, and they're very unique. Rex is nuts everywhere for E8 because you can just really do fine, or spam Tangling Growth off cooldown. Yeah. Rex is not really fine doing the fucking House in Shrine. He's fine. He's fine. Could they put the guy that did Umbral Mythics and just, or pay the guy that did Umbral to put in the game? That was so much of something if they just Umbral for every boss. I'd love if they just paid Nux and just slapped that in, dude. Holy, it would be good. I know Rex's head gets in the way when shooting Wisdom Pets. That's a dithering issue. There's a bug in the game that your character does not become like less transparent or more transparent. It doesn't have lesser opacity when you're shooting through or like your character's close to the camera. How do I help my friends not hate Commando anymore? They feel like he does very little damage and his M1 is too inaccurate. They have to get better at the game. I say that they have to spend way more time learning the item systems in this game to appreciate Commando. It's not a Commando issue. Commando is a tool that you use to flex the item system in this game. And if you don't get the item system in this game, you're probably going to really hate Commando. Yeah, it's the Commando bell curve, dude. You start off the game and you're like, oh, this game's fun. I'm playing a guy who shoots. This is awesome. And then you get like Railgunner and you're like, dude, fuck Commando. And then you come back way later and you're like, oh, I get it. I understand all of the item systems, and he's really interesting and fun. You're not gonna love Commando more by playing Commando. You're gonna love Commando by learning the game. learning that he has huge damage fall off and you have to be really close to enemies is one thing. Your friends saying his M1 is too inaccurate and he does little damage immediately tells me that your friends shoot at things that are very far away, and of course he's not going to do damage because he has damage fall off, and bloom. You're not supposed to shoot things that are far away. But also, even if you could just tap the mouse to have perfect accuracy, your friends just need more time. Give them the time. Just unequip a roll. True. They also get owned by wisps very often. I know, man. They're new. You don't need to tell me that they're still in their learning phase. I know. They need to learn a lot of stuff. It's okay. Everyone is at their own points in the process of learning this game. They're somewhere right along the slider of learning. And I'm not judging. Everyone had to go through it. But identifying where you're at is kind of helpful sometimes. They don't like that learning. Some people don't want to learn. A lot of people get into this game because it's a game they think they don't have to learn anything because it's a nice, chill party game, right? People don't want to have to sit down and study a party game. They want to just play a fucking game and relax. And if that's their vibe, that is totally fine. Don't force them. They will learn over time naturally if they just play more with you. You can't force people to look at through the same lens as you, right? When you're playing with them, and that's okay. I felt enlightened when I found out that pests and breast contraptions can't hit their shots if they are behind you. That was a new change. I don't like that change. Friends won't play Ultimate Chicken Horse with me for that reason. Yeah, I think you're killing their vibe. Just from how I see it. I started liking Commando much more after I got the nade. Before that, I felt like it was doing brain dead run because I was just holding a button forever. With nade, I have to think about what I'm doing. I mean, I definitely think nade is fun, but I don't know. Commando, I think very heavily about how I play him. When I'm playing him, you don't really want to just hold M1 forever. Even it could feel that way. That's a very, I don't want to, I can't find the word for it. Maybe it's not this connotatively, but it's kind of a dismissive way to look at him, I think. Commando has much more presence when it comes to target priority than most other survivors and positioning. The only thing about pests I hate is that they fly so high. They do fly a little high sometimes. Some characters don't do well at hitting them. It's just crazy because Whisperland 2 has one of the most satisfying learning curves. It does. And a lot of people here know that because a lot of people here, I mean, this is just a very biased place, right? But a lot of people here have learned a lot about the game and have very much enjoyed it. But the unfortunate reality is that you can look out there in the world and people don't see this game as you do. They see this game as just a cheap, play it on a party night, like once or twice, with some friends, fuck around, and probably don't touch it for a couple months. Oh, get that command thing is so fun, dude. And then, yeah, it's like, they don't play it. Do you think the non-DLC cast should get any new abilities? Are they fine as is? I would love some other options for Rex just because I want something new, not because I think he's bad. So, there's two parts of me, right? I'll explain both. One part of me is the gamer. And as a gamer, I think, dude, it would be so fun. And I think it would give me a lot more replayability with most of the cast. Like, you look at any survivor. Why did my Discord just crash? Anyway, you You look at any survivor, right? So this build is drastically different than this build, which is drastically different than this build, which is drastically different than this build. And if you had another degree of choice in there, that is a lot more runs that you would potentially do, which is fun. From a dev perspective, or like a, kind of like from the perspective of someone who would have to make all this shit, if every old survivor got an ability, after like 3 characters, you have made a new character, which would just sell better as a DLC. And at what point are we? I don't know. I feel like they would be spending a lot of cool ideas on characters we already have instead of maybe making something new. I do think it would be fun to have new abilities, but it's okay. I would imagine it's a lot of work. Even if they added like, and one DLC, we'll just add like 2 new abilities for some old characters, like not filling up the whole cast roster, but no, just like a couple we had ideas for or something. Like maybe that could be fine. They had some ideas. Zero 2 is a good party game, so I don't think people enjoying it for that is bad. I don't think it's bad either. I just think like it's a to put it in perspective, because like a lot of people only look at it as a party game, or only look at it as like this grind learning game. And it's a lot of things. It's a very open game. And I think it's important to have the full range of perspective. It does a lot of things well, which is nice. It's part of the reason why it's so popular. It's in a way, it's a very sandbox roguelike. So, saying is that we should harass modders into making new abilities because Gearbox won't. That is not what I said. That is not what I said. I said it would be a lot of work. Nope. Don't play this song. Mark Perry sounds fire. Which slot? There's a mod for Mark Perry. It's in the M2 slot. Can't believe Race would say something like that. Like what? Don't harass modders, dude. Relax. I don't know. It's just like I imagine that's why we haven't seen the scepter yet, right? The thing that upgrades all abilities. Because how many abilities are you going to have to upgrade? And it just causes this like pit where you have to keep making ability extra upgrades for this one item that you added a year ago, and every new character you add is just like has this like way more work added on top of it because of this thing, right? I just tend to really get invested in games that I play. I love learning about everything that the game has to offer. It tends to lead me to overstudying the game. I had to force myself not to with repo and kept myself from playing outside of it with friends, because otherwise I'd outpace my friends that end up not wanting to play anymore. Also, it's hard because I want to play the new cool game I got. I understand your perspective very well, trust me. And I got that vibe pretty quick. That you're kind of, your friends had a different vibe than you when you were playing. I would really love for a new summoner character. I love playing summoner in games, but I'm not really the biggest fan of NG. The moving turrets were better. I'd probably play him way more. Could be interesting. I feel like NG just kind of covers the summoner angle so much, though. But I'm not sure moving turrets can't just get Wungus. Why are they against this? They're not. It's just that the moving turrets don't inherently sprint. They'd have to be entirely redesigned to be things that sprint. They do sprint, asterisk, extremely rarely, but only when they're on like the other side of the map from you and they're really trying to catch up. And it doesn't really it doesn't do anything. So, you know, I'm gonna stop playing because my God run I'd been doing got deleted by the gods. That really killed my motivation because I had so much I want to do in Noida. I don't know enough about Noida. I know it has some cool shit though. I really respect their willingness to put in some like crazy crypto puzzles in the game that to this day have never actually been solved. That have been just kind of open ended, but and never solved for years. Um, I respect them a lot for that because I love that shit. As soon as you're on the moon, they just don't attack anything anymore without getting really close. There are some problems with moving turrets that I don't think they thought about when they were initially made. In that, like, when enemies are made, they have to revolve around a certain set of rules or principles so that they don't seem totally unfair to the player, right? And the average character can be either melee or, like a basic shooter character. But that's why, Merc needs a way to get in the air to kill flying enemies. Every character has a chance to kill every enemy, right? But I, it's one of the things that this threshold, was not thought about when it came to the moving turrets as much. When an enemy is designed, it's not like, oh, is it good enough for the moving turrets? I don't even think they're thinking about that at all. To be honest. So I think over time, it's kind of got left a little bit in the dust of like something that's not been considered very heavily at all. And I think it's kind of a shame because I like the moving turrets, but they do have to work really hard, to get there. That's why I guess this is more of like you have to build them up so much. It's kind of like you're playing daycare for these things rather than them kind of being like things alongside you as a character. Z Construct, and you're gonna say that, but like Construct is annoying. But it's annoying because it has this bug in its movement that it disobeys the node graph law, which I don't think was ever intended. And that's why it's more annoying than it was probably designed to be. That's why it can fly literally out of the map on its own accord and then be completely out of range. Just beat Eclipse 1 with all the survivors, getting back into the game after the DLC fiasco and not playing because of uni. Game to race his chat to brag. Hell yeah, dude. Keep it up. The start of something wonderful, truly. Hope you're enjoying the new stuff, the DLC and everything. Center Broad right now, and I found out that optic fiber broke for my whole neighborhood. It's not looking like it's getting fixed anytime soon. Got me all the single player games I missed. Doom Eternal, Cyberpunk, Witcher 3 seemed like a fine roster for the summer. That sucks. I would, like, if I'm studying abroad, I'm just, like, not studying abroad anymore. I'm going back home. I don't have internet. It's over. They failed to keep me wherever that is what happened. Because, man, I need some internet, dude. Have you played Spelunky 2? I really, really don't like Spelunky. A lot of the reason I don't like a lot of games is because I don't like the way they inherently feel. I hate the way Spelunky feels. Love hearing you talk about this game. It truly feels like a lecture from a cool teacher. Hell yeah. I'm earning the educational tag. The best song in Animal Crossing. Holy. Loved every step of the roadmap. I wasn't playing, but I kept up with all the stuff. Thank you for being part of the changes. Don't thank me thank them for including me and being able to actually give them feedback about stuff. For however much my feedback even helped. Anyway. I was Spunky too, so much. Yeah, it feels good only after like 80 hours. That's too long. That's too long, man. Dude, if you gave me anything and you're like, this is only good after 80 hours, I'm not doing it. I don't care. I don't care what it is. That's crazy. I played Final Fantasy 14, the MMO, the critically acclaimed MMO. And my friend was like, okay, you just have to get past this story part. And I was like, okay. And I played for like it was long because I didn't like it that much. I played for 50 hours. And I was like, when am I getting to the point where this slop is over and I can just like enjoy playing the game? And they're like, oh, I think you should have passed that already. And I was like, oh yeah? And I immediately stopped playing forever. I gave it a chance, man. I gave it a chance. I spent the whole fucking like couple days on that shit. I was grinding. It only gets good after 200 hours. Man, can we just like have games that I really really love the idea of Noida, and it definitely feels like a my fault thing, or not my fault, just my preference thing, which is totally fine. It doesn't need to change. Like the game doesn't need to change at all to please someone like me. I just don't like how floaty the combat feels. I feel like the combat just doesn't feel that great. And if I don't feel like the combat is great in a game, or like the way you interact with the progression in that way, I don't get into it. I never got into Isaac for the same reason. I never liked the combat. So I just never got into it. I need good, smooth, snappy combat, I think. I don't like floaty, I don't like slidey, you know? Ever played Terraria? It's good from the start. I have played the Zenith Legendary Giga Master Seed or whatever on stream a couple years ago when it came out, and I played for the Worthy Seed before that when it came out on stream a long time ago. I drink water. I'm thirsty. Isaac is probably the only game I've played as much as Restrained 2. A lot of people like Isaac, a lot. And I wish I could like it. I can't. I can't get into combat. I can't get into like, I mean, I think the macro stuff would be really interesting to me, but it also sounds like that game is really solved from everyone that I hear talk about it macro wise. So like, I don't even know how interesting it would be really to me. I'm not sure. Isaac is also extremely dated with old dated game design that reminds me of NES levels of contrivance. Yeah. I played Spelunky a lot as a kid because I knew that it was hard. I wanted to prove to my dad that I could beat hard games. I beat the secret ending to Spelunky HD. Never touched it again after that. A long time later, Spelunky 2 comes out. Get into a little, beat the game, secret ending, and I realized that any point after that, I was never having fun. I think you tricked yourself into having fun. You gave yourself a canvas that you had an idea for, and when your picture was painted, you realized that the canvas underneath was shitty. I don't know. Or something. Hey, if you weren't having fun with it, then. I think Restraint 2 also really solved. Kind of. We were not 2,000 level win streaks yet, though. I will say that. But, I mean, I do personally think that you could have a win streak that goes to 1,000 in this game. So, and to that extent, yes, it just takes a long time. So long as Race can forget to pick up his Reds, human errors can still play a part. Maybe. I've been forgetting a lot, man. But having fun to make whatever you got work. Sometimes you just get screwed. I don't know. If there's 1,000 win streak in Isaac, I don't think you can just get screwed, right? Well, maybe the loss was the one they got screwed on. Maybe. It's really absurd how some of the new games are too long. Wants to play ACCR for 50 hours for it just to suck. I don't know. I used to hear the phrase like we want shorter games and scoff at it. I don't mind if games are shorter or longer. I just want it to be like I want it to be a good experience, you know? Like I don't need a game to be replayable. I want it to be a good experience. Bonus points if it is replayable though, and I can enjoy that experience again, I guess. What is your favorite story genre? Like book-wise? I mean, I like just epic fantasy a lot. Or like epic sci-fi stuff. Sci-fi epics, I would say. But mostly fantasy. Permaping will eliminate the remaining humanity. I think a game being solved is fine as long as the decisions you have to make the run are nuanced enough to be fun. Yeah, I still think Risk Rain 2 is fun, so. I don't think you could beat every run in Isaac. Never played it, but I heard it's a lot more random than Risk Rain 2. I feel like that can't be. Like, I don't know. Is the person who got the 1,000 win streak just that good that it didn't matter? Maybe. I'm not buying games with the intention to replay them, although I usually tend to, even when I shouldn't. I'm buying them because I want to experience something new. Yes, but you also want it to be like, I don't know. Everyone buys things for different reasons, I guess. I'll just snip that one there. Having streaks in the thousands for Isaac is also quite rare. You have to do a lot of hours to get to that point. I have about 1K myself. My longest streaks were 40 to 50. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who has the most hours in Isaac, and who has the biggest streak. I imagine, how long is an Isaac run? General games should be fun. Yeah, I mean we're agreeing on that point, right? We're very much on the same side of that fence. Trying to add, but I had a New Year's resolution to post Hades vids every day for the new year, and I really want to make Risk Raid 2 vids, but it's just so much editing. Either force yourself to do it or get an editor. So, or just not do it. I don't know. Asgard could be anywhere from like 20 minutes to an hour. Okay, so let's say on average that the average run was 40 minutes, right? Dude, that's a lot of fucking hours. That's to get 1,000 streak on average. That's over 600 hours of not losing. I don't really believe. Like that game has to be solved to a degree. Like you can't do that. There are over a dozen people who have win streaks in the 800s or higher 8 years ago. Yeah, like I don't know. I'm not calling the game easy. I'm just saying like I think I don't know. That has to be looked at and be like, damn, that is very convincing evidence that if I lose in my run, it is so my fault. It's crazy. And like the only way you lose in Isaac once you reach a certain skill level is by completely absurd bad luck. Can that even happen? I mean, I guess those 800, 1,000 streaks end at some point, so something happens. I don't know what happens, but it's either like they just messed up a dodge, they got lazy, I don't know. And you play Ackard for me? He's my favorite character. No. And it's because I don't like you, I'm sorry. Is Hades any good? I never played any of the games. I think it's good. I just don't think it's a good story action game. I think it's a bad roguelike. But I think it's a good game. I think it's a good game. I just think it's not a very good example of a great roguelike, which is fine. Doesn't have to be a great example of a roguelike to be fun. But if you're looking for a roguelike style game, there are other games that are fun too. So, I don't know. Does Isaac have any extra difficulty thing like Eclipse or Ascension? I wouldn't even know. Actually, I don't know enough about Isaac. I assume chat does, but like for me, I'm just like I'm surprised at how much I don't know about Isaac. I just know I don't like how it feels to play, so I don't. I think it's very similar to Risk 2 if it didn't have Eclipse skill based enough. They can take very little to no damage. It's just a lot more variance, so cope runs are very tough. Alright. Fair. I don't think Hades has a good replayability after you end the story, but the game's really good. Exactly. It's a nice story action game. What are good examples of roguelikes other than Risk of Rain? I'm interested to hear. I kind of changed my opinion on this over the years. So, you know, I don't know. Slay the Spire is a great one. And it's the one I'll always point at and point to about this question. Because it's just a very good roguelike. But over time, I don't know. I'm going to opt out of the question because the roguelike genre is changing so much. And I don't know, without going like really far back to like old dungeon crawler roguelikes, and traditional ones, it's gonna be very, I don't know. It's a more complicated question because there's subgenres of roguelikes now. Kind of, you play Cult of the Lamb. If not, is it for a similar reason to Isaac? Yeah, I just don't play games like that. I don't play top down, room to room style games. I played Hades, in its isometric top down point of view, which was slightly different, ever so much so. But and I played Wizard of Legend. Wizard of Legend was actually good. That game felt satisfying, but it's a smaller game. You're not gonna get like 1,000 hours out of it. It's fine though. I don't know. I don't really like that style of game that much for combat. Like I don't play Stardew for the combat, right? It feels like that's what it feels like when I play games like that. I'm like, like, You ever played Dead Cells? I hate Dead Cells. I'm sorry. I, I think it's fine though. Hey, it's fun, but I felt the item variety wasn't great. It's not. It's not at all. Again, it's not a roguelike. Uh, so it's a shame Wizard Legend 2 isn't doing well. Yeah, because the company or the IP got bought out, kind of like Risk of Rain, and they had a Satsa moment. But with the new game, I think, well, I don't want to say it like that, but they took a lot of what made the first game so satisfying and unique and fresh, and they kind of made it more generic. And I feel like unless they kind of go back to those kind of roots a little bit, it could kind of suffer. I haven't played Wizard Legend 2 at all. I just know it's not doing good. So I don't know if it's actually doing bad. I don't know if it's a fun game and people are shitting on it. That's kind of what it looked like to me when I saw gameplay. That it was missing a lot of that shine, that polish, and that stuff. BlazBlue Entropy Effect is a really good one, not well known roguelike. I've heard of that one. I haven't really seen anything on it though. It sounds cool, but I can't get into it. It's okay. Don't force yourself. All right. They turn it into Hades. Yeah, right. They're just like, oh, Hades is doing well. Let's just make a Hades. It's like you didn't buy Hades. You bought Wizard of Legend, and it did well for a reason. I kind of wish they I don't know. Hades feels like it's a roguelike just because there was a bunch of big indie roguelikes. No, I mean, Hades has roguelike elements. They're just very shallow elements. Um, it's it is a roguelike, definitively. It just doesn't expand on those elements very well because it went with another direction of wanting it to be more about, the story, and it's a good gateway roguelike, I think. People getting into the genre of being like, hey, this is like, if you like kind of story games or whatever, or like actiony things, play this. It has elements of roguelike stuff in it. And if you like kind of where this is going, play some other ones. It's a good middle ground, I think. The structure for Hades works because the rest of the game is so high quality. Yeah, and that it's really good. Hades slop. Yeah. Like, for example, and I know me and Omni have talked about this before, especially in Discord, but like Hades is a good game. Okay. And it's because it's super high quality. And a lot of people look at Hades and they don't realize that Hades is so good because of the quality of every like piece around the shitty roguelike part, right? And so people are like, oh, this is just new roguelike stuff. We can just make a cheap version of Hades and make the same type of roguelike system and it'll be great. But what they don't realize is that just makes a shitty fucking game with a shitty roguelike system that will fail. And we've seen that a lot. So and again, I think Hades is fine. But what makes Hades good is different than I think a lot of what some new developers makes it good or think it's good for. It hurts to know that there really isn't any ground or reasonable future where we can see Risk Grind 3. Besides it being a finished idea, you can't really beat Risk Grind 2. Why not? I feel like you're just saying things. Why can't they make a Risk Grind 3? Why can't they make it better? And Fairyborn is pretty fun. It's fine. It's fine. It's a fine game. I feel like it's just like it's missing something. And I don't know exactly it's missing, but something about it's missing for me. Kind of how I feel with Vampire Survivors clones. I wish that the time spent making Vampire Survivor like games was spent making the new and original ideas. Then I'd just be biased because I don't like the original Vampire Survivors to begin with. I don't know. I don't really play those style of games. I played Vampire Survivors a little bit. I don't like how Vampire Survivors main gameplay loop is that you're looping in Risk of Rain 2. I appreciate that people like that style of gameplay. It's not for me though. It's a reason I don't loop in this game. But it definitely became its own subgenre for roguelikes that a lot of people are looking at. Right? There's a lot of Hades clones. There's Vampire Survivors clones. I'm just surprised we don't really see a lot of Risk of Rain clones for how successful it is. But it feels like every time that it tries to be cloned, they kind of miss the mark a little bit for me. Some of them nail the gameplay, but it's like, why would I play this when I already played through Hades and Hades 2 if I want more? Yeah. Term roguelike was coined to separate meta progression and no meta progression, and then everyone just made games with meta progression, so now they basically mean the same thing. Yeah, the term differentiation is dead. As when we think about like linguistic evolution, there's no point in differentiating them anymore because no one knows. The thought experiment of calling it a one or the other has failed. Like from roguelite, everyone just calls it a roguelike. So, and it's just like the overall umbrella genre thing. Even though I know the difference, you end up confusing people if you use roguelite, and you have to explain it every single time that you say roguelite because someone's like, oh, what's the difference? And then at that point, just say roguelike because they know what you're talking about. Also, roguelikes, like the original ones, have evolved over time. We are seeing the natural evolution of roguelikes, right? And even though it has been separated into its own genre, because they have evolved so interestingly. It's still an evolution of the same idea at its core concept. Uh, it's like saying you can't call an FPS game because it has like microtransactions in it or something. And it's like, well, it's still an FPS game, and no one's gonna call it the FPS like FPSL genre or something. Um, People got mad at me for that when I talked about that in one of my videos, but fuck you. Oh, you mean Doom clones? Oh, my bad. Isn't any difference anymore? It's just based on vibes. Yeah. It's a shame, but hey, I got tired of explaining the difference for it to people every time they ask, so I just call them roguelikes like everyone else is doing. Roguelite, because the game is similar to the game Rogue, and it shares a lot of the same meta mechanics of the game like roguelike. But it's because the game Rogue is different. Okay, you're confusing yourself. See, this is why we can't have two terms. So no. That's exactly why it doesn't matter anymore. So a really funny question today is Night Rain a Souls-like or roguelike? And I'd explain that one is gameplay and the other is structure. That's funny. Have you played any of Joseph Fares' games? It Takes Two and Split Fiction are so fun and unique I cannot glaze. I've never played them. They look fun though. I like the ideas of those games. There were games like that kind of growing up, where I had like pretty unique, like co-op puzzly experience stuff, and I feel like we can use more of those in the world. You know. Um, this is correct. Listen. Or you respond to someone else. Listen, it doesn't matter either way. It's moved on. Goof Troop. I've never played that one. But there were a lot of games. Like, I think in the kind of middle era between when I was like really young and maybe like out of high school, I think Portal 2 like was a good co-op experience like that. Yeah, someone looking for a roguelike generally doesn't want the same thing as someone looking for a roguelike. Oh, I agree. I think there should be separate terms, but I understand what has happened. Um, and it's just the same genre evolving, and people don't care or know. And so, while it may fuck over the people looking for like the old school roguelikes, it's just how it goes. I'm not the arbiter of language, but I am aware of its passing and it's changing. I go with the flow, man. And thing is, you need the benefit of the doubt to differentiate anyway, because you're just kind of saying the same thing twice. Like Rogue, and it's like Rogue but different. Yeah, I don't know. It's people just get confused, right? They don't understand that the meta progression part of it is like the piece that makes it so different, you know. I know a guy who actually broke up with his girlfriend after she couldn't do her part in one of the boss fights, and It Takes Two, but it works both ways. There were deeper things going on. That was just probably the hay that broke the camel's back, you know. It's already a perfect roguelike. It's called Nubby's Number Factory. Yeah. Perfect roguelike is called League of Legends Swarm Game Mode. Get out of my chat room. Roguelikes annoy me because I just want to have the full game unlocked right away. And then want to unlock trophies and cosmetics. That's a fair perspective to have. But even a lot of like roguelikes are just dipping into it's becoming a very blurry line. There's very few games that are true roguelikes nowadays that are coming out. It's just hard to do that. Perfect roguelike is Alloy Collective out now on PC. Don't say it's even out now. It's not out now. You're gonna give someone like a conniption. I mind unlocking alternate gameplay things. I just don't want a linear progression where I get stronger and stronger. Yeah, I hate that. And that's a problem I had with RoboQuest as well. I feel like the meta progression was way too powerful in that game. Like, the ability to just, I don't know, to just fly with a jetpack through levels and shit instead of just actually having to play the game is just like, what are we doing, man? Like, this, you guys just completely removed. Like, a lot of times, the enjoyable part of the game is what the game feels like at the start of the experience. And when you have meta progression stuff, it could completely ruin that experience. So, I don't know. It depends, right? I don't like stat boost stuff. I very much dislike when a game is like, all right, you cannot win your first run ever, really, or are expected to, because enemies will just have 1,000 times more health than you, and you have to get the meta upgrade by farming and grinding coin things and finishing and dying in those runs so you can get the meta upgrade in your skill tree to get the things to get beat them. I'm like, dude, let me play, man. Meta progression makes it so that you don't have to play the game anymore. It can. It doesn't always. What it sometimes does, it makes it so you can finally play the game. And that is annoying, right? There's a subtle difference there. Want meta regression upgrades? They always get included, so someone has to like it, but why? It's because it's, I'm assuming someone, yeah, exactly what Pelosi said, it's artificial replayability. They don't have enough, like, genuine, honest replayability in their game, so they say, how can we lengthen out the experience as much as possible? And it's literally just that. People like progression, though. It's true. And it's something that is a capturable phenomenon, right? When I play Terraria, I like the progression of the game. I like the progression of a Risk of Rain run where I'm building myself up through the course of the run. I like the progression in like Stardew Valley. But what I don't like is a progression set on top of a progression that makes it the initial progression feel worthless. Does that make sense? It affects another progression. I think that's important. If I roll up a roguelike and win the first run, then I will never play it again. Why? The whole point of a roguelike is that you had fun and you want to do it again. Maybe you just don't like roguelikes, man. You gotta play a story game. I mean, meta progression, yes. Surely you can come up with progression systems that don't impact gameplay. You could. You know? Boo. I mean, dude, if you don't like playing roguelikes past when you win, I don't know. You might be interested in a game that just takes longer to get to the end so you could win. Yeah. And try to, fucking, I'm trying to help you, man. Skills in Risk 2 are a form of meta progression, but in 30 hours, it's all behind you and you're in the pure form of the game. Yeah, I mean, Risk of Rain, I think, does its meta progression well, though. Because a lot of meta progression systems have a sort of double currency. They say, hey, play this run. In this run, you will collect coins. Let's just say it's the lunar coin system in this game. If you collect 10 lunar coins, you can unlock a new item. And so you're like, all right, I guess I have to do the unfun thing. I guess I just have to farm scavengers in the portal so I can get unlocks. And you do that for 200 hours, and maybe you have all the items by then, not actually engaging in the system. And then you're like, finally, I can play the game. That shit sucks, man. I like how Risk of Rain actually says, hey, if you want to unlock something, play in a way that's different. do something cool, but not everyone's gonna like it. There's no perfect system. I like the system more than a regular currency-based system, though, and I think it's less strenuous on the stat upgrade meta progression stuff. That I think it's more fun than it isn't. Stupid progressive system of gunfire. I do not like it. They don't impact gameplay. Are they really progression though? Are they not just aesthetic changes at that point? I mean, yeah, it would be progression, but as you gain, but all you gain is knowledge, as in shortcuts, tactics, secrets that are always available. You didn't know about it. I feel that's just included with just playing the game though. But yeah, I mean, I like stuff like that, obviously. But that's just learning. That's fine. I don't really see achievement unlocks the same way as meta progression in most roguelikes, to be honest. It's different subtly. That was my problem with Hades. The first run is impossible, and then after you get fully leveled, it's basically a free win every run. I felt like Hades' first run was more possible than it looks, though. I think I don't know. I beat Hades. I died once on like one of the bosses each, except like the third one. I know, I think I won in 4 runs or something. I didn't feel like it was that bad. Like I feel like yeah, I made a natural mistake and I was learning on some of the bosses, but I felt like it was doable to win on your first run. But the level of meta progression you get in that game is ridiculous because yeah, you just get like 1,000 things and you never really get that experience again. You never really get the chance to know how well you could win with nothing until you forcibly do that to yourself, you know? I also think Risk 2 Achievement Systems does a good job of encouraging you to try out a lot of what the game has to offer. That is important. When you have currency-based systems that just say, do what you want, you're just going to find the most efficient way to grind the currency and do that every time. Because whatever. And then you're going to burn yourself out. I don't want to listen to this song. I appreciate it, but hell yeah. I don't like the unlocks or meta progression that you have to go way out of your way in your game to get, like the push hermit crabs off the map mission in the game. A lot of people don't like that one. I don't think it's as bad as people say it is, right? Like that one, you just kind of get a cube and you go to plains. And so like, it's not really that much different than just looping anyway. But I guess I'm biased on it. I don't know. I know that people don't like it though, so yeah, like maybe change it, but this Grand 2 achievement system is awesome, but to brute force most of them, people just have to loop. Yeah, I don't like how many of them are loop centric. I feel like that was a mistake in elongating gameplay time. They didn't have to do that, I don't think. They wanted people to engage with looping, but there's a lot of them. Some achievements are to where we're doing log. I just try to get the Prion kill on one multi and it just refused. There's a bug with that. I don't remember what it is. But yeah, it's it's fun. I said it earlier, but it's fun going back and doing the Hades progression grind after having already played a ton, but almost lost me in the beginning. I don't know. I don't know. Something about Hades just has too many elements of things I don't like for me to play it as like a main game. Unfortunately. I like a lot of things about Hades though. I like that it's not afraid to be hard at its hardest. It's probably a little unfair that only like 4 people have ever beaten it on max heat though. That's probably too hard, but you know. I like the Hades heat system. I really disagree with the people who think they would be great for Risk of Rain. It would be bad for Risk of Rain. I don't like the Hades heat system because naturally people conflate what is the most fun for them and what is the easiest for them as the same thing. But those things aren't always the same, right? They say, oh, I want to pick this one because it's the easiest and that's how I have the most fun. But that's not necessarily true. A lot of people actually end up having more fun if they're challenged with something. It's hard for players for them to give themselves that challenge. So as a game designer, you kind of got to do it for them. You know, you got to kind of force them into it. Unfortunately. So did they destroy and never played it again? Yeah, which I think is the intention, probably. I mean, like, it's not, but like most people stop there. Say gonna choose the heat stuff. I want it forced on you. Yes, yes. Looping used to be the entire game, and once I got an actual final boss, a lot of the looping stuff got left behind. No, they added more looping stuff after Mithrix, like a lot of extra looping stuff. But I mean, that's true. There was a lot of looping stuff that was there in the beginning, but they keep adding more, and they still have just added more with new achievements to add more, right? Escape Raid use the Hades system. It's so hated. You have to turn on some annoying stuff to get good chances for drops at the end. Man. Something I find very interesting with the meta progression achievements is that not unlocking certain things can be beneficial. Half of me wants to 100% the game, but why would I do so if it unlocks bad disliked item? Yeah, a lot of people feel that way. I just prefer... I think about it this way. The 100% of a meta progression game, unlock-wise, is the intended experience to be replayed, right? And I kind of view it as that, like, oh, I'm playing the experience, and I think that's cool, whether or not it's better or worse. I don't want devs to let me create a difficulty. I want them to set difficulty themselves. Yeah, I agree. It's got to be whatever gives me the most satisfying wins. Scavengers and Malachite and Celestian enemies functionally don't exist for people who are running straight into Mythics, which is super lame. Yeah. Giving myself a challenge feels so forced and unfun, and I don't know why. It's like trapping myself under a bunch of concrete to figure a way out. I mean, sure, it's interesting, but 90% of the time I'm just going to go, why the hell did I do this to myself? I don't like my decisions. Yeah. Like, at the first level of hardship or something, you have to wrestle with yourself about how worth it is, right? Why did I do this? I could just do something else. And it's not necessarily that it's unfun. It's just that you have faced an initial roadblock and you have to confront yourself about it. And I think that's a very good point to bring up as well. Like, when someone else gives you a challenge, you accept it and say, can I beat it? Other people are beating the challenge. It's another thing, too. When you give yourself a challenge, there's no frame of reference. You're not doing it because other people are doing it. You're doing it because you're just doing it that day. Like, you're just for some reason. And it feels like it has less meaning. And it's going to conflate what is fun for you and what is easy and blah, blah, blah. And you're going to, a lot of the time, you end up having less fun than you might think that you could have. You could have had more fun by, someone actually pushing you to achieve more. And loop only stages got added with the DLC. Yeah, I mean, they keep adding loop content. Like, it's very clear. Apparently in Isaac, a lot of the items you unlock from beating the final boss in Repentance are bad. Good. I know why, but when I play a game, I feel an impulse to do everything as optimally as possible, even if it makes the experience so much less enjoyable. Yes. I mean, this is another game design thing, right? What's that quote? Players will optimize the fun out of the game, and it is your job as a game maker to stop them from doing that. You can't because people they will ruin their own fucking time to feel like they're doing something optimally. And if you let them do that, they won't enjoy it. and they'll say I didn't have fun. And you could look at them in the eyes and be like, you did that. You played that way. But it's really your fault for allowing them to play that way, because people will just do that. And it sounds backwards, and you might think I'm wrong about that, just on a knee-jerk reaction, but that is how games are designed, to avoid shit like that. That's why Veil's changed. You know, it's a prime example I always run to. Cherry Zenith Seed? Yeah, that was a fun one. Even the new Doom has a bunch of create your own difficulty options on top of the actual difficulty level. Interesting. I don't know, like how many people actually use those? You know? I actually remember like Halo skulls and stuff. Like, did people even ever like use that shit like that much? Like, they might have played with them once or twice or something, but like, or maybe for an achievement. I don't know. It feels like those things have always been kind of like, you know, unless it was very beneficial to use it. But kind of trying to do 100% Risk of Rain, which means trying to get all the character achievements and finish Eclipse. And I just learned that there's a new DLC. Yeah. Good luck, man. Need an Animal Crossing roguelike? I don't. Do you like the song They Might As Well Be Dead and Service Tension Returns? I don't know. Do I? Those from Returns? Maybe. It's like if you played Soulsborne with the option of changing difficulty. The fun is in pushing yourself to better and eventually overcoming difficulty. Yeah. Well, not everyone likes stuff like that, admittedly, right? Not everyone is going to fit the mold of whatever we're talking about. There's always going to be an outlier of someone that says, like, I actually don't like that. I don't like that. And they're right. They don't like it. But, you know, to create an experience that is, like, real, you gotta... It's why, like, choose your own books fall flat, right? Has anyone read a choose your own adventure book to some degree? Because I bet you get to an ending that you didn't like, and you're like, let me go back. I want to read another one because that wasn't satisfying. No one just would read one of those and like get an ending of be like whatever. Because like most of the time, especially like I grew up and there was like a couple of Goosebumps choose your own adventure stories, and you always had the option at the start to just turn around and walk away from the horror of the book. And most people would just do that, right? The point of the experience is to push through to get to the stuff that you want. So I don't know. Yes, choice is good, but if you can opt out of what makes it fun, then your options should be limited. I think macro is reaching that point, optimizing the fun out. I think it is for a lot of people. A lot of people don't like it. And if they add a lot more, it could be putting a lot of strain on players. I think so. It's the Sundered Grove from Stars of the Void. I just don't really listen to the in-game music that much. You need to have enough friction. Yeah. I think difficulty options are good for certain types of games. You can play through Halo on normal, then come back and play through on Heroic Legendary. No, I think difficulty options are great. That's awesome. Like, I don't think taking out Drizzle from Risk of Rain is good, right? I think people are allowed to have that. What I find annoying, and I've talked about this before, is when someone that only plays Drizzle feels like they deserved the right to beat Monsoon because it's in the game. This song owns, by the way. And they are like, make it easier or make me more powerful so I could do it. And no. Don't do that. Don't degrade an experience for most people because you can't get it. Sit down and learn, man. Not everyone is good at games. That's okay. Not every single person should be able to beat every single mode ever. if we think about the bottom level of gaming, right? I don't think anyone actually read those books, took the immediate leave the scary part option, and put them down. I did. Well, I mean, I didn't, because like I didn't care. I didn't actually want to read it because it felt boring. I just have every song from every restaurant soundtrack, my good songs playlist. I mean, they are good. Choose Your Own Scare, Goosebumps books ruled. Some of my favorite middle school reading. Interesting. Very interesting. Just about right now because some Animal Crossing songs feel like I'm having a lobotomy. They're fascinating. Pro backward the Goosebumps books. I just had no interest in them. I didn't want to read them. So which is fine. Or I mean, I read Goosebumps books. I didn't want to read those though. I feel like what is the point? If I could just have an ending that's bad, I'd have to read through every single tree branch ending to I don't know, I want something crafted. I want something for me. I'll just write my own book. You know? Should I add on to the RAM I have now or get new RAM entirely? It's better to have 2 RAM sticks. But it's easier just to add more on. Although I didn't see any harm in providing the player with the ability to adjust the different aspects of difficulty. I think that Project Zomboid handles difficulty really well by having preset difficulties, but having plenty of adjustable options you could personalize it even more. Zomboid's interesting. I like how Zomboid has the option for rollable stuff. So you can just be like, roll me a character. And it has a lot of negatives that you have to play around. I think that's more in line with what I kind of expect from a roguelike kind of experience. So I think that's kind of cool. It's really interesting that this mentality of every part of the game has to be tailored for me, even optional stuff, seems to be rising. It is. And I don't know if that's like AAA stuff that's kind of like pulling gamers into believing that A, they're good, or B, that they deserve to, you know, mindlessly get to every corner of the experience. But honest, genuine experiences, there should be some out there that have to be earned by people who are willing to put in the effort to earn them. And I think that is perfectly fine. I don't think that we need to get rid of those honest, genuine accomplishment moments by lowering the threshold, to be honest. But it is like a very, what's the word? I can't think of the word, but you know what the word is. You know, it's very, I can't think of it. I know the word, but I can't think of it. I think a lot of gamers are getting older and worse at games, but then the younger gamers aren't being challenged enough either. Yeah, maybe it's hitting it from both sides of the spectrum there. Yeah, like a lot of people who grew up with games have jobs now. They can't put a lot of time into stuff. You know, newer gamers have, you know, the new kind of experiences. And maybe, you know, I mean, there are a lot of, like, a lot of the Zoomers are cracked, right? It's not like I'm saying they're bad, but I guess they just don't really expect that much of a challenge in a lot of things that aren't PvP stuff. Entitlement is what I was thinking of. I think all games with multiple difficulties options should be clear. This is the way the game was intended to be played, so it's obvious that the rest of the essentially bonus content. I don't think we need that. I think letting people decide what sort of preset they want to go with is fine. Because people who look for a challenge will always just click the high challenge difficulty no matter what, like me. And people who don't will usually always start in the middle or lower, unless whatever. I think it's because like at that point it doesn't matter. People know kind of what side of the coin they want to be on. For the general audience, hard equals bad, so AAA made it like that. I mean, maybe. A lot of games coming out are more like movies, so kind of running into that kind of pipeline, I think. People thinking they're entitled to doing everything in a game because they paid for it is so dumb. Hold on. No, I don't want to listen to this. Hold on. No. Doop doop doop. It's fine. In Destiny, it was a super cool mission, but you could only do it in a duo, and a bunch of people went crazy talking shit about the game because they didn't want to get another person to do the mission. They also wanted the item deposit in their account because they paid for it. Destiny have a looking for group in game, so like not having a friend is not even an excuse. So I will say, at one point in Destiny's history, it had a bunch of you had to play with other people style content, and they had no matchmaking for it and no in-game chat for it to do so. So you had to externally look for people to play with you, which was really fucking annoying and horrible. And a lot of people really defended that and said, good, because like they're really hard experiences and you should have like a trusted. No, shut up. Let me decide who I want to play with. Just let me play it, man. Fucking Jesus. I don't want to go to a fucking look for group Discord or Reddit just to play a fucking mode in a game, man. That's horrible. Jesus Christ. I'm glad that they made a looking for group chat in their game now. That's great. Do I think it's fine to have achievements gated by having a group? Sure. Especially if it's a co-op game, which Destiny is at its core, right? It's a group co-op game. It may seem annoying sometimes, but it's fine. Like there was a lot of achievements like that in Payday that I went through. It's also team building, right? At first you may be like, dude, we need a group for this. Like shit. We have to figure it out. I would go in lobbies and be like, all right, you guys want to do like achievement? I would message people in my recent friends history or whatever, try to get it done. And I made a lot of friends that way. I started a long-term relationship that way by connecting with players and doing fucking like team building things in games. And I feel like taking out those elements, right, is just isolating people so much more in some way. Like, yeah, I do kind of want to be able to do a lot of things in solo, but like if there's like this alternate just achievement, just an achievement to do something with someone else, just let people team up, you know? That do required mission is sick too. See? Cool. Frozen Wings, thanks for the 34 months. I appreciate it. MMOs have to deal with that friction of mandatory social interaction with some of the most antisocial creatures on the planet. Yeah, but like, I've also thought about this as well. In school, when I was growing up, I hated group assignments. I'm sure a lot of people did as well. I hated them, right? But I think the only thing that school should teach you, or like the way it is, fucking everything should be a fucking group assignment. Because in life, you have to work with people for everything, dude. If you have a job, that's how you fucking, that's it, you know? It's being able to work with other people, man. And I feel like people need to go back and really look at themselves and understand that it's such an important thing to learn and that they didn't learn it. And it's a big source of their failure. It is so important to be able to work together with other people. And I didn't realize that until I was an adult, how important those group assignments are and were. So, you know, I mean, obviously it's different, but at its core, it's being able to, you know, get along with people. So group assignments because one person, me, has to do either all the work or I'm going to do 25% of it and take the L grade. Why? Okay, so that's a good example of poor leadership in a group environment, right? So, you know, and also your kids, what are you going to do? That just happens. But your group doesn't do jack shit and they get fired. Doesn't work that way in school. I mean, they get an F or whatever. Regardless, it's different because yes, you're in a school environment and blah blah blah. But if you abstract out the concept of working with other people, you can get it if you're not stuck on the semantics of it worked exactly this way or this way, right? I learned something in school and it wasn't exactly the same as the real world. Woe was me, right? But like, you have to learn that shit. If you don't, like, what? You know what makes Destiny cool is talking to people. It was very annoying to get people to do things, but after you have a group, it becomes so cool. If everything needs to be soloable, it limits so much the level of complexity and activity. True. I don't play Destiny, but I agree with you on that point. I think the group assignments are great. What's not great is how often I get put with people who would not do their part of the group project, or they would do their work poorly. But that's just real life, man. Which in turn would tank the grades of everyone in the group. I would always do my work and always do my best to encourage and check on how everyone's doing. Time I literally had someone tell me I'm not gonna do shit and you can't make me. Listen, you're getting stuck on the wrong part of it. Yeah. It's okay. That's fine. It's fine to have people say that they're not going to do schoolwork because it's school. But I think limiting those experiences or not having group projects only harms people. It's fine. It's perfectly fine. I also think just taking those things away out of games or social spaces or whatever, like I don't really like sports that much. I don't play. I don't watch any. But that kind of like team sportsmanship thing is so important too. And I feel like we're not doing a lot of that recently, or as gamers, people who play games, we want everything to be kind of a lot of the time, a lot of people want everything to be more of a solo experience. They just don't like the aspect of working with another. Suck, but they're also necessary. Yeah, you just have to. Who cares? It's like I can't help but wonder if they've had a job before. Yeah, because like in real life, whatever. I mean, obviously there's some more leeway, but like, look at a dev team, right? Picture a dev team, and they're making a game, and the guy who makes the sound doesn't do that good of a job, and people don't like your game that much. Too bad, your group project failed. That's okay. Whatever. Played Destiny as a solo player for years and never minded being locked out of certain things. It was my choice to play that way, which is fine. It's fine. As long as like you're doing what you can have fun, you're like willing to do that. I don't know. But like also children aren't very good at motivation or leadership, even when they think they are. So yeah. And also, a lot of assignments are just kind of lame, but there's no motivation to it. Playing sports a big reason I'm such a big proponent of working together because I could tell very quickly if my team would do poorly based on interacting with my teammates. Yeah, exactly. I played the forced solo mode of an MMO because it's the challenge mode, but I don't engage in the multiplayer content that I can do because I'd rather do it at my own pace, which is totally fine. I mean, not like a lot of games today as well. They have a lot of what I would call forced scheduling, which is kind of, I don't know, it is annoying. And when you have work and a life, it's hard, right? It's like I don't have time to log in at fucking 9 p.m. every Wednesday or whatever. Like, dude, fucking let me let me play when I have time to play. Fucking I don't want this FOMO shit hanging over my head where I have to do this thing and then people are fucking annoying me to do it. because a lot of games have this kind of like fundamental um, feeling where yeah we have to push for more players, and then it starts feeling like a job, and then that feeling makes it so that you don't have the desire to play. It burns you out. The feeling of being forced to interact with more people after a day of work, after a time where you plan to just want to chill out, can be frustrating. Don't play those games. There are a lot of games where you don't have to do that. I just feel like the amount of games where it's really encouraging you to work together are becoming less and less popular slash appreciated. I mean, obviously, we're just talking about like Split Fiction and that other game or whatever. Like, there's some co-op games going around lately that are kind of pretty popular, and I think they're popular for a reason. Um, it's fun to do cooperative things for the people who are looking for that sort of thing. It's like saying, yeah, well, I don't like playing FPS games, so we don't really need those. It's like people like them, make them. You don't have to play it. It's fine. It's okay. We can all do different things. I just there's a range of genres for a reason. If people aren't interested in something, I immediately don't care anymore and have fun working it out alone. Yeah. It's more fun to work together, but um it's also more fun to work on alone than working on it with someone who doesn't give a shit. You know. We were talking about the special duo mission Destiny 2. It's an MMO. Destiny is an MMO game. That's what it's advertised as. It's not a great MMO in terms of MMOing, but it is an MMO. There's also raids that you have to do with teammates, no? I think that's fine. I think it's perfectly fine to have those things. It's honestly a miracle that that game has any solo content at all, to be honest. That's the crazy part. Not that it has forced multiplayer content, but it has the opposite. Live service game model makes a lot of games be the only thing you play, which has burnt me out on some genuinely high quality stuff. I agree. They try to force you into it every single day, every single hour, and I hate the model. I've played games that have it. I mean, to some extent, Warframe has a lot of that model. I like playing Warframe. I do not like the model of that, but I got past it because I like the game. But it's still, I would rather not any game have that kind of like, please play me every day model. So Screensaver on, it's my custom one. I figured it'd be more interesting than the background of a commando. And to get my old E8 play group back together, damn, yeah. I want to play like, cause some of the most fun I've ever had in some like games have been co-op games. I'd love to work out a neat problem in co-op. Have some like challenge to overcome. It's fun, leading a team to victory. You know, solve problems. I mean, I do that in like with other custom projects, working out things and stuff like that. But it's not the same as a game, I guess. I figure the outrage came from people who were used to solo and having to do multiplayer content. Uh, People are just gonna be mad about everything, man. Sorry. You look up the game, it's literally described as like a multiplayer fucking MMO game. That's how they market their own game. If it were not for the raids in Dungeons and Destiny, I would not be playing. The requirement of having 6 players give Bungie the option to make things much more complex, and everyone needs to work together to do it. Kind of Destiny has always had required multiplayer content with no matchmaking, which has been like the lack of matchmaking thing is probably the more annoying part. Shape of Fools is a roguelike that is explicitly designed for 2-player gameplay. It's one of my favorite things I've played in the last year. I've heard of the name, I've never played it though. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of things with with games that are that large, especially, they kind of lose focus, right? You have this game that started out as like basically a multiplayer only MMO kind of experience that kind of offered more things for more people to play it alone. Kind of has a story thing that you can do alone, things that you don't have to do with other people, and um, it became too big to have like a solid identity anymore. Is probably what happened. It's huge, right? Remember, the outrage was because the exotic class item was locked behind the duo mission. Yeah, it's because people felt like they had to do it. Which, again, I think it's fine to lock things behind stuff, I guess. I don't... I mean, I understand why people would be mad about it, but... Like, it's understandable that people be mad. I still think it's okay anyway. What up, Jade? That's why I like No Man's Sky. It gives you a month or more to do the events. Yeah. I played No Man's Sky past when it got good, or whatever, it got better. I never really did the events that much, though. Unfortunately. I never really got to experience those. Working together to solve something is probably the most fun and rewarding experience. You get to bond, learn more about each other, and appreciate, see your friends get to show off the skills they're proud of. Yeah, it's more than just doing something alone. Hey, Race, I was here yesterday asking about your mod pack. I'm going through each mod now, and I was curious about Reduced Recycler. I've noticed uh, you never use it in your vids. What's the purpose of it? I always use it. I use it literally constantly in every single video and every single run that I play with the recycler. Actually. So, I don't know where you got that idea. It's the reason I like things like Helldivers 2 and Darktide. Like things that are Helldivers 2 and Darktide doing so well, people love a good co-op experience. Yeah. I haven't played Helldivers. Actually. It is definitely a game that's like right up my alley. I just never played. I probably should have played it. I still can, I assume, but I don't know. I just never did. And one experience with No Man's Sky was trying it in VR, and it was the buggiest experience I've had in a while. I think I tried it in VR as well, and it wasn't great. I don't know when you did it, but I want to go back to Vermintide 2 still. I played Darktide a little bit. But yeah, there was something about Vermintide I liked. I mean, I like fantasy more anyway, but yeah. 2 was fun. I like Vermintide. How many hours do you have in Warframe? I have like 300 hours. I don't really know what I should be doing. Yeah, that's normal. In Warframe, you have to do everything. So I have 2,800 hours in Warframe. Just do your main quests, man. Start there. I had the fantasy vibe more on Darktide. Sam. I did it like 6 months ago. Immediately soft locked my account. I had to reset my save file. What the fuck? No, I didn't have that bad of an experience. I tried it years ago. But I didn't really play it that long either. Part of Destiny 2 is that they don't make it clear what's solo content and what is not. Lots of players will blindly jump into on the bandwagon and buy content before it comes out and be upset when they pay for something they can't play. The marketing team and devs drop the ball and thus earn the ire of a lot of unwise, whiny people. Yeah, I mean, also Destiny just has... I don't know. I mean, it's like a fucking Stockholm Syndrome community, honestly. To some degree. Like, the devs didn't start off doing fucking too great. I think the gameplay, like the fucking moment-to-moment gameplay in Destiny is great. I think it's just marred by bad management. So, I don't know. Sucks. But, hey, what are you gonna do? I'm not saying that they don't have a right to complain, but because they do for that game, but yeah, I think they're very used to complaining, so they're just gonna complain no matter what is kind of the thing as well. There's a lot of things I can complain about for Destiny, so Super VR is probably the coolest video game I've ever played. Super VR is probably the best VR game that I've ever played as well. Maybe I'm stupid and don't understand it. Does it not just reset the cooldown of your recycler and add the time to the run timer? If so, is it just giving you the option of increasing difficulty for being able to instantly recycle again? Yes. I don't want to wait a full minute to recycle every new thing, especially after the teleporter is over. I would rather, because I used to do that a lot. I would sit there on stream for 20 minutes and reroll stuff on a stage after there was no fighting. I did it all the time, and it was annoying. And so that mod makes it so I don't actually have to sit there and do it. It's great. It's wonderful. It's one of the best mods I ever have. I like playing with randoms and helldivers and bonding over epic democracy. I'm gonna stop reading there. Sorry, you ruined the paragraph for me. DRG is the best example of a mandatory co-op game I can think of. The content that's normally considered FOMO can be accessed even after a time period where it has expired. Most co-op in the game is where it feels amazing. I really, really like that about DRG, honestly. That was... I didn't really play it that much. I didn't really vibe super well with the game. But I really, really appreciate that they were able to do that. I think Halo did that a little bit, but I think you still had to pay for them. Like, you had to pay for previous battle passes, but you could, which it's not a full win, but it's kind of like a partial win. Like, at least I don't have to actually play the game the month the battle pass is out for me to play it, you know? I didn't play the new Halo that much either. I played it and I was like, damn, I guess I just really don't like Halo anymore. I only like SWAT in Halo, so I stopped playing it. The gameplay in Destiny is phenomenal, even works well with higher difficulty content really well. The universe is cool too. Yeah, I will give it to them. The base moment-to-moment gameplay is great. But, yeah, and then I'm not going to go into it. That was just Borderlands without lolcow humor. No. No. The deal mission was an exclusive problem, but the DLC is always the same, only the raid is not solvable, basically. Okay. So unfortunately, that's what happens when you join others. Most of the time, I just default to hosting sending out SOS because I'm tired of randomly being kicked. When I was younger and I played online games with lobbies like that, I would kick people a lot. I was very toxic. I got better. I was a very toxic kid. And I learned how to be nice and have empathy, so. If you want a good roguelike in VR, the Light Brigade is great outside of the meta progression, which can be ignored. Light Brigade, huh? I've never played a roguelike in VR. That can be fun, actually. You were toxic? Shut the fuck up. I was being dumb, because after TP, if you want to wait for the time, is going to get added to timer anyway. Thank you. No problem. Destiny community just became more casual. And then you have the hardcore and casual community always fighting each other and Bungie trying to stay in a middle ground that makes neither fully happy. Yeah. Like, what are you going to do, right? It's like a relationship with Raydans. Don't even say his name. I don't want to hear that right now. I was in a good mood. Sorry. Sweet Surrender is another really fun VR roguelike. Post these in Discord, guys. I might check these out. His fault, though. True. I can't be toxic if someone deserves it. That's not how it works. Anyway. I have rambled enough today. Thank you for listening to me ramble. I appreciate it. I needed some time just to talk with you guys because it's fun. And I kind of don't do this as much as I should. But I appreciate you guys being here, chatting with me about game stuff. I'm going to end the stream here. I'm not going to do Stardew today. I just need to go eat, do some other stuff today, so. I will probably try to play Stardew next stream. That will be the plan. We just started spring, so. So there's a survival sandbox roguelike called Bootstrap Island. Do not get into it. It's bad. Okay. Maybe. I haven't trusted a lot of your game opinions so far, though, so I might like it. Who knows? This isn't the norm? No. It is not the norm. It could maybe one day be. Forever Starred Waiting Room. Not even forever. I've played more Starred in the past, like, week than you've even been awake. I've been in a run for 2 hours because I'm having fun just chatting here. Very cool. Hell yeah, man. Again, thanks guys for watching. I appreciate it. If you guys want to check out YouTube and watch some more Risk of Rain from me, there you go. If you guys want to join Discord and continue some of these conversations there, just in general chats, whatever, feel free. I will see you guys soon. Maybe tomorrow. Probably tomorrow. We'll see how it goes. I appreciate you guys. We had good runs today too, so GG. Good day. Great day. All right, I'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye, chat room. Bye-bye. I'm waving.